We have a very pretty Lexus here. This is a 22 Lexus ES250, right? Yes, yes. It's an all-wheel drive ES250, which means it's going to be a tank in snow, which I would not live without. So this is going to be a fun one. We are doing 20% on all the sides and the back. We are going to be doing 50% on the windshield. Please remember that, so I remember that. But tricky part. There is one major tricky part about pretty much all Lexus sedans. Not all of them, but like pretty much all modern ones. It always makes me a little on edge. The door panel on the front it pinches super tight. So my normal style for doing these is not the best way to do it. Or you just have to pull the seal. So that happens every once in a while. I'm not hard set in all my ways. I know when it's time to say, hey, we got to pull a seal on this one. So what's cool is this model, the recent models, are easy to do that. The older ones you got to remove like the whole door panel. It's a pain. So we're going to show that. I already got a jump on it. But we will talk about that. And how y'all doing? How y'all doing? Right off the bat. Richie, Trevor, Lalo, what's up? Hollywood? Is Suntech any better than Lexan? Well, if you want a roll of Suntech, God, they got a bunch of lines, but essentially like they're similar to like Lumar pricing there. It might be like a little cheaper, but they're a sister company to Lumar. So I would sure hope so. Lexan's like $100. Yes, I'm gonna say hard yes. Suntech's better than Lexan. But compare apples to apples. Like one of the big tweeters in the corner of the door. Yes, that's the worst. I hate that one. When you go about 10 years back, God, it's only 2011. Good God, man. Is it 2022? That's 10 years ago? Wow. Yeah, if you go back like 10 years. The ones with like the tweeters on the doors, you can pull the seal. But so I was told in my Facebook group, and I hate you, whoever told me this. There's people in my own Facebook group that drive me insane. So my Window Tint Stuff Facebook group, which I appreciate. There's a lot of good people there, but there's some people that make things not so great. How do we... Okay, let me show you guys really quick. So this is the Facebook group. I'm going to copy a link here. Super thank you to everybody that's in here. We're almost at 40,000 people, which is insane. Ouch. New tattoo. That's definitely the end of this right here. God, what was I going to do? I was going to pin this. How do I do this? Pin to feature. Why do they make it a see all thing? It's so confusing. The blocking and the see all thing, that's crazy. But yeah, we got lots of good stuff in here. So somebody in here a while back said, like they say a lot of things, the seal's super easy to remove. And then I did that. I was at a shop and I did that, and they were pretty easy to remove off the older model. And so then I tinted it, no problem. And then I'm looking how to put it back, and it's just not going back together. And then they casually say, oh yeah, if you want to put it back together, you got to remove the whole door panel. What? Well, you asked about removing it. Shut up. So ridiculous. So on these ones, it's genuinely easy to take apart and put back together. It's not something I like to do on most cars, but hey, it'll be a far better result. Austria is on. Welcome. Which one of you confiscated my red dot? You gotta get extras. Man, I can't tell you how many times I got in a car, got out of a car, and then they're in my tool belt, and then it just slips out, either in between the seat or right in the seat. All the time. What's up, buddy? Got my order yesterday. 3 yellow corners, 2 side swipes, blue max, 3 rolls of Geo. Getting started tuning again because of you. You're the man. Aw, that's super cool to hear. I appreciate the order a whole lot. Good luck. We are here to help. I did my friend's 350 with the tweeters on the doors. It was a pain. One of my most dreaded cars is that car because anytime I've done it, the glass seems extra sticky for the film that I'm using. Hard to get in place. And then, like, doing 2 states without removing the sweep on that one is just you have that speaker right in the way. So you can try and, like, flip it up and, like, shove it in, and then it starts to really crinkle on the side. It doesn't touch up very well. So it's a tough car altogether. Have you ever forgotten your AirTags on customers' keys? Not yet. I would get a notification if they left, which is the cool part. So a little creepy too, because it actually like will show me where it goes. But like genuinely, it would, if they pulled out, or I don't know the radius exactly, but if they go past and start driving, I would get a notification that says I was separated from the AirTag. And then in that case, I would then call them and be like, hey, dude, I have a tag on there. Oops. Hello, Detroit Tint Studio. How can I help you? I'm located in Sterling Heights between 17 and 18 Mile off of Mound Road. This is Detroit Tint Studio. You looks like you came in off of one of our lead generators. So yeah, it says Detroit. It says Troy Window Tinting, but it's Detroit Tint Studio. Oh, no problem. I don't know. I'm a little on the fence with that lead generator thing. I really am. It's okay. I get clients off of it. So there's something I have going on in the background, and overall there's leads coming in, and I've gotten jobs off of it, which is like super cool to see. The only thing that really drives me crazy is that it's like brand confusion. So not super stoked about that part. I think I might have to get that changed, or just put it on my own site. Use a 40-inch roll to double cut it. I feel like I can barely make 2 windows out of a 40-inch roll. Yeah, I like for sedans and stuff, I'll use a 36. It just kind of matters how you put it on the window. 40-inch is much better. You can do it a couple ways, though. You don't have to, like... Yeah, they didn't want to talk after I said Detroit Tint Studio. I should have said Tint Studio. It's like... It's not that bad. But it is like this annoying brand confusion there for some people, and I don't like having to discuss it. But I always learn from a lot of different things. So the part that I'm seeing is that like it's how you type out your website that really matters a lot. It's not just having a pretty page for a website, it's how you fill it. That matters a lot. That was sweeter. That was weird. Does creamer settle in this thing? Okay. Sorry. You use a 40-inch roll to cut. I feel like I can barely make 2 windows. So what I was saying about that is there's a couple ways. You don't have to put it right on the car. If you want to get like a dead straight 20-20 split, put it on a shelf, put a razor blade in the roll and like pull it, or just pull out the film that you need, and then just kind of like leave it sitting on a shelf, and then you'll have like a exact, like this is where it is, just cut straight down. And then, you don't have to try and guess on the car. That can get tricky still. I want to do YouTube full time. If you don't mind asking, how much do you make per month in just YouTube with almost 100,000 subscribers? Thank you. So YouTube, ad revenue is, to be honest, it's helpful, but you can't rely on it as a business. So 100,000 subscribers sounds cool. It's all about the views, though. You could have 1 million subscribers with 0 views, and you're not making any money. So rough numbers for you is it varies based on what is called a CPM. So a CPM is essentially like how much you make, and that varies from channel to channel. A decent CPM is like, I think like $8 to $12 now. A really low one would be like $3 or $4. So that's basically like $12 per 1,000 views, roughly, and then YouTube takes a 45% cut of that total right there. So it's not the channel and the views from the channel, it's what you do with the views that you get from the channel that really makes it count. So you kind of have to build extra things around it. It's a lot. It's very difficult. But, you know, look up lots of, like, how to make a YouTube channel or how to make money off of YouTube. There's lots of channels and stuff on it. So doing YouTube full-time, that is not, I wouldn't be able to do this full-time without also doing the rest of what I got set up. So it's kind of like a combo thing. How do you answer the phone? I say hello. No, answering the phone, I should probably look up more sales videos and stuff like that. Essentially, what I do is very simple. I go, hello, Tint Studio, how can I help you? And then I ask, and then they say what they're looking for. Like, hey, I'm looking to get my vehicle tinted. And then I'm okay, what type of vehicle, and what are you looking to get tinted? Or actually, I'll say, what type of vehicle, let them tell me, and then I'll say, are you looking to do the full car or the full car with a windshield? I'll kind of throw a couple of options really quickly. So then if they were just thinking about doing all the sides and the back, which is typically a full car, throwing the windshield in then puts it in their mind that, oh, I didn't know windshield was an option, or that maybe that's what they were looking for. But it at least always brings up a secondary option. And then they tell me, and then I'll say, I've flipped this around a couple of times, because one of the first things they'll ask is like how much to get my car tinted. And so I'll always say after that, like, is there any particular types of film that you're looking for? Some people will just say, I have no idea. Some people then will say, I'm looking for carbon or ceramic. But it flips it from, hey, just pricing, to, oh, I didn't know there were different films. Like, there's a little education there, right? Because I hate just saying, a tint job costs this, okay, thanks, bye. Like, if they're clearly not interested, but it gets away from price really quickly. So let's set this up. I'm just kind of figuring this out as I go. I am by no means an expert in it, though. There we go. There's that. Yay! Everything is go, go, go. I do drum covers almost at 400. I do Amazon full-time and YouTube on the side for now. Love your work. Thank you. Oh, that's super cool. Drum covers. I'm sure there's a fair amount of competition there too, but you could potentially get quite a few views off of just like doing the stuff that is current, or video game, just like one of those big, broad, relatable topics. And then even like reviewing like cheap drum stuff from Amazon. I don't know. My biggest piece of advice is to find something that's super relatable and then kind of tie that into what you do. So drum covers is a good one. Oh, I want to know your thoughts of 8% tint. Most companies don't make like that specific. They'll do like a 5, a 15, a 20, 35. Some do a 10. But what I've noticed is like that's kind of hard to come across in a lot of brands. So it wouldn't be 8, it would be 10. But I think it's a super good middle ground there. I kind of wish I had the option to go from 15 to 10. That would make a significant difference. When you go from like 50 to 45, like in the lighter shades, you can't really tell much of a difference. Like you got to go from like 90, 70, then 50, so the numbers are really apart. And then the darker you get, the more dramatic difference that you see when you're cutting out that little bit. So like 5, 10, 15, 20, those would all be pretty good. Yes, very competitive. I have recording gear in my drums and get good sound. I do tinting, also make extra cans, all from your vids. That's super cool to hear. Yeah, I wish I could talk more about it. But yeah, there's a whole lot to it, and it's an ever-changing landscape. So it's always stretching your creative brain to death to try and figure out what to do next. I'm digging the live streams. I feel like I'm at a seminar. Thanks. Hopefully a fun one. Appreciate it. This is the third time I've got out this window. I'm so pissed. I know it'd be annoying, but you could still run to like Home Depot and get a slightly better knife. It wouldn't be the red dot, but you could get, like they do sell an actual metal Olfa knife there. But that's no fun. Keep spares. Gotta keep spares. I've done it too. I've lost mine. I forgot to bring it to a job. And then I'm just like, oh, no. All right. Wow. What the heck? I've been, like, swirling this for a while, and I was like, this doesn't taste like I hardly added anything to it. It's all settled. So let's get started. Just trying to remember if I need anything else up here. Probably not. Do I have this one open? No, I don't. No? Okay, cool. That was the right answer. Yay, it starts faster now. All right. As long as... Yay! Audio's good. It would work if it locked, but the very second I take my finger off, it shoots out 10 clicks. Oh, my God. Lexon... Where do you get that Lowe's tape? All the classic memes. I've lost my knife. I've had to cut windows out just by holding an actual blade in my hand. I've taken like a blade and tape. I think the worst though is losing the blades. Like you can still run to like a hardware store and you can get some blades, but I don't think they have stainless. There's at least like crappy plastic knives that can get you by. But when you gotta like order it from a tool site, you know, it's just, when you plan ahead, it's no big deal. But when you're in a pinch, it's like, ah. And I know how that is. I've been there. Where, like, you have a car, and then you ran out of 20%, and then you're panicking, like, oh, God, what do I do? Window tinters generally order last minute, like Thursday, Friday. They order film, and then they're like crying because they're trying to get in, like the weekend comes, and Saturday's always busy, and then you got Sunday, and then you hope to get your order in by Monday. No fun, no fun. Okay, I'm going to do this side because this side's so small, it doesn't matter. What's the downside of not being able to shrink the film? You're not going to be able to tint the window, so it's a big downside. So there is a little push pin here. So this has to come out. I probably should have done this before. I forgot. Can I get this out with this? How did I get the other one out? I maybe should have done this beforehand. No, come on. There we go. Okay, not bad. So on this one, most door panels hopefully pull back this way. So all I did was give it the old little like knee crack here, where you're just popping it over the metal, and there's a couple of push pins that go right back in. So then on this one you have, sorry if my camera is a little messy, but you see all this right here? So there's a push pin here, and then this comes up and out of the way, and then all the seal stuff. It's a big chunky seal too, like a real chunker seal. This slides out. Boom, just like that. So thank you very much to Lexus engineer that made this. There's also this plastic bit here that basically slots in. So if this falls out, it just goes back in there. Then you pop it all back in, put that little thing there, take the panel, put it back over. But this, you can see how crappy this is right here. You just have no room. So there's when you're two-staging it, generally this is really starting to push it. So when you have the, God, what are they called? Lincoln Continentals. That one's kind of a pain without pulling the seal too. But that's my biggest arch enemy right there is super pinchy corners. Most cars do not have that. Most cars have a little bit more space. But at least I get lucky with this one. So the back I'm going to leave alone though. I'm not going to take that out. There we go. Pop that out. Come on. Just don't want to put too much tension on this. And we can pull all this back. And then as long as it goes free, there we go. Boom. We're out. Yay! So that's all I'm taking apart on this one. You're being a traitor and bottom loading. You know, just because I removed that doesn't necessarily mean I'm not going to two-stage it either. I think I will on this one, but I've taken out some seals, and I still install the same way. Because once that seal's out of there, it's much easier to get that in. But you can see, I don't even get why they designed door panels this way, because it's not even good for the owner of the car. If you want to clean your window, try and get a towel in here. You can't do it. Super annoying. So then to try and and all this is exposed, right? I don't know. I don't know why they do it that way, but we'll make up as good as we can for it. So probably will. There's always this it's funny. I know a lot of people are memeing, but also there's this genuine one side versus the other side. Somebody shows a video of them taking a door panel apart, and they're like, I've never taken a door panel apart, ever. I've been in the business for 50 years, and I've never taken apart a door panel. It's like, okay, congratulations. He's just showing a thing. It's not a big deal. As long as it turns out good, then you're good. I've said many times, I don't like to take things apart. A big part of that is because I'm on video. And the less I have to take apart and just leave factory, I think there's some type of appreciation for it. And I don't want to be held responsible for anything. So that's why I kind of shy away from it. But when you're really competent in doing it, then it's totally fine. It's just you're not going to see that here a lot of the time because I don't usually do it. I learned how to do it this way. So I stick to what I'm comfortable with rather than trying to do a whole different thing for something that I can already do a pretty smooth and efficient way. So I don't know. There's two camps there. And I don't care which camp you're in. We have a lot to learn from each other. So it's all good. But, so, rehashing this again, a big pro to pulling the seals is it makes the install easier. I don't think it makes it cleaner, I'll be honest. I have a super clean technique. And I've seen plenty of bottom loading too, and it looks clean too. It's just whatever your jam is. But when you pull seals, that can be a super easy part, and that can be a difficult part. And then when you don't pull seals, it can be super easy to tint the window, and then you get some that just aren't easy. So there's the puzzle for pulling the seal is that part. Like for tinting a window when you pull seals. That's the puzzle. If you're really good at that puzzle, then great. The tinting, or the installation is the easier part. The other way around, the tinting becomes the more difficult part to learn, but it's a more universal approach to every car. So that's the advantage, is I don't have to pull that stuff apart. I'm not going to mention that comment, but it kind of seems that way. All the taping is to keep stuff from sneaking up under the tint. Yeah, the one for the panel is I have plastic sheeting that I put on over the panel to help keep water from running down it. It's not a super big fix, but so essentially the sticky plastic sticks to here better than it can stick to a door panel, because whatever they put on door panels makes everything not stick. So the side tape is just like wrapping the seal and keeping it like super clean. You don't have to, and especially on rubber seals, it's not as important. And especially on brand new cars, it's like less and less of a priority. So you don't have to do this, but it is genuinely helpful, especially when you get into some of the older, dirtier cars. The majority of your problems are going to be technique, though. After driving this thing, I don't feel so bad about my backup camera on my van. It's not exactly super clear on this one either. I'm so mad at Toyota for that. So annoying. It helps keep contamination out of the sides for two-staging for sure, but just any installation. You know, the tint could bump against the side a little bit, like, so it's just any of that. The water is kind of settling, kind of pulls some of that out. Like, it's a super nitpicky thing. It can be helpful for any style. Because just think, the more thoroughly you clean anything, the more thoroughly you cover everything up, the cleaner your job's going to be across the board. What squeegee is this? This is a super fancy Libman squeegee. You can find it in the cleaning section of like Home Depot. Or no, not, actually, yeah, probably Home Depot. Like Walmarts and stuff. You can find them on Amazon too. But it's literally like the cleaning brand. The brooms, the mops, the buckets, all that stuff. Something that you wouldn't think twice about. But that is, I've tried probably about 5 different broad window squeegees. That's my favorite. It kind of like forms to the glass, and you get a lot more, like it's just super streak free. and there's like no residue left behind either. So I just take my water, I just give it a quick scrub down, and then squeegee it all off. So I used to take like a 5-inch Fusion squeegee and try that, and it just, there's so many little sweeps that you have to do with it. It's annoying, so that just speeds it up. Tin in my sunroof came out clean. Nice, very nice. It's good to hear. Okay, other side. We got to do the full windshield too. So, we'll put this in my pocket. So, it's a good idea to prep that full windshield ahead of time. And then, I forgot. All right, let me get the dust off of it first. So, he's from, goes back and forth between Michigan and New York. So it was registered in New York, so we have the inspection stickers. So we're gonna have to remove those because we sure ain't gonna tint over those. If you ever have inspection stickers, just remove them. Try and do it in a super clean way. Something I haven't seen in a very long time though. But do it in a clean way so they can preserve their registration sticker. So hopefully that'll be fine. But you're not gonna tint over it. I mean, if you want to, but then you're literally laminating it in your windshield for all eternity. I mean, one of these years it's going to be outdated. Probably next. Everything's pretty straightforward except for the front doors on this one. Everything is easy access. You got a night dot matrix border on this. Back glass is reasonably flat. We'll take out the headrest. We got a brake light, really straightforward though. Everything on this is like my ideal type of car to tint. It's just everything on it is pretty straightforward. So let's put that there. Just just cut a hole out. Oh, come on. I've seen that. That's insane. Don't do that. That's so ugly. So do they get new stickers? I mean, I don't think so. I'm sure you can just lightly put them back on the window. Like, you can put a piece of Scotch tape on window tint, and it'll still come off. So a lot of the time for, like, the temporary tags, I'll just remove the temporary tag off the glass, clean the glue off, and then when they pick up the vehicle, I'll have it lightly taped back on. There's also... I'm going to use a different one here. This one's a little... Should have left this one hanging from yesterday. What am I saying? So there is like a registration sticker saver thing that some people recommended off of Amazon, but I haven't ordered any. I don't remember what it's called. So I'm just gonna jam a towel in here. I'm gonna peel this back. I'm gonna see if this is like an easy peasy or if I gotta use a razor blade on this thing. No. Just keep water from going down there. Let's start with the razor blade. Keep things a little damp. It's like you were taking off a window sticker. I mean, it is a window sticker, but it's hard to get your fingers in there. Easy peasy. Oh, so it's like paper. like it. Gotta love the spot that they put these things in, too. Okay, so there's the registration right there. The paper border is kind of made to break away. And then we'll just do the best we can with this. Oh, wow, this is like super paper. Yikes, this one is pretty much just done. Gotta love when they put all the print in the glue. Or pretty much that. Alright, we're just gonna get this off with the blade. Paper. Paper stickers. Why paper stickers? Right over all the Lexus logo. Well, he said he was going to register to Michigan anyways. I figured these were like not paper stickers. That's cheap. But obviously the worst part is the location of it. Especially in a car like this. Did him a service. It really is like, there's a lot of people that, you know, it's not that hard to figure out how a sticker is, but so many cars that have come in with windshield stickers, like if you do it dry, you just got a bunch of glue that doesn't want to come off. That's why you got to spray a little bit of water. Plus $20. This is my opinion. This is just part of the job. If you have like some stickers in the way, small stuff, it's no big deal. What are you gonna try and like? Oh yeah, I gotta charge you $20 to do the removal of your sticker. Like, just work it into your price if that's the case. Yeah, these blades are pretty flexible. It's how you get glue out of all the edges and stuff. So it's really essential for removing tint. But I don't like it. It flexes a lot, and that's a good thing. But it's not exactly smooth everywhere on the blade. So you can see, like, sometimes you have to scrape a little here and just kind of like work it up and down until you get enough metal there we go. That'll work. Kind of just have to wiggle it around until it pulls all that off. Oh, this is a clean towel. Maybe we can scrape this. And then just pull all the crap back out. Wipe it off. We'll take the towel out for a minute and then clean that off. How much for this one? I forgot. I gotta double check my invoice. I genuinely forgot. Nice. Looking good. Sticker free. So take off the stickers before you cover up the glass with like whatever you use to shrink it. So that way you can see it. Clean off the outside, leave it exposed, and then clean off the inside. Happy Friday. Is it Friday already? The weeks go quick now. That's crazy. I didn't think it was Friday. It's Friday. So there's this little like sensor here. I'm just gonna keep a straight line on the dots. That goes for like any of these. You know, obviously that's all buttoned up. But all these like little ones, if it's got any type of sensors, I just keep my tint basically along whatever straight line is there to make sense. Sun distributing. So windshield towels, yes, check out Sun Distributing. They have some really nice printed ones now. So this is like one of the perfect sizes for the dash. It's like super wide, but it's not super like, super wide, but not super deep. So it does a good job of kind of like covering up the main portion of the dash. You'll see the soak shield one right there isn't quite as far, but that's like an OG one. This is like an evolved soak shield towel. Thanks, Chief. How? Okay, I'm gonna lose my knife. So put one here, I'm gonna put one there. So after you scrape that, change your blade because you dulled the hell out of it. So that's what we'll do after this. We'll change our blades and continue. There we go. Might be making the next batch of towels. Nice, very cool. Let's go around. There's the dot matrix border. And then, like, I don't know, they make this black area, and then there's like a secondary darker area, but the dots are still laminated in the glass. So I don't know what's going on here. But it's good because the dot area will look super clean. As long as, yeah, that should stretch all the way there, right? I love when they laminate them. Oh, no, it's not. It is exposed. Oh, I thought it was on. Okay, never mind. It's not laminated. Dang Toyota. Took me like 10 minutes to put glass aid on my sunroof. Hey, that's happened to me too. It's annoying. But, so you got two choices. You either do glass aid on it or you don't. Either way, it's a pain in the ass to try and see exactly where to cut on a sunroof. On most of them. Because if it took you 10 minutes to put the tape on there, imagine just having the tint up there and then like rearranging like a light to fill that space, even against like a 20 or a 5%. It's so annoying. I'm not super fond of doing sunroofs. I'm really not. Just because it's unique cuts. They're easy to put up there, but It's just getting the right size. Want to do my car for free? How about you want to pay? You want paid, and then I'll do your car. What do you guys think? Oh, I just threw that out. Need to clean this up. I got so many things. Alright, I thought I covered that side up, but I didn't. I was just spraying it off. How about I pay, then do it for free? There you go. That's it. That's it right there. It was actually very easy to cut once the glass stayed was on. It helps a lot to see your line and not scratching. They're not scratching especially, but yeah, it does help, especially with sunroofs. Glad to hear it. Have you ever used the review feature of TintWiz? Requires checking into each appointment, but curious if it's worth it. I've heard a lot of good from it. As far as I know, like I don't think I've gotten one off of it yet, but I've had it enabled for like a little while now. I like what they're doing with it. There's been a lot of good from it. I just don't think I've gotten a review from it. I should double check though. But it's free, like it's you should just enable it. It's free. It's like a free edition. You just attach it or whatever. It's supposed to just take care of itself. So it's worth it just to go set it up, and then you don't have to think about it. Do we not have the key in here? Where's the key? Where'd we put the key? You guys are gonna love it. I don't have the I don't have a tag on it. Reason is because I don't think it had a key ring for me to put a tag on it. God damn it, I should have done it. I should have done it. Is it in there? Maybe I just have to unlock it because it's been sitting like this for a while. Oh, it does. Okay, we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it. My bad. I know you took the key off of there. Okay, so there we go. Key is air tagged. Yay. Oh, that's so weird. It was sitting there. It was sitting there. And this whole time, you push it and it doesn't start up. Why do I need to tag it? In case I lose it. Because my absent-mindedness, I put it down somewhere and then I don't know where I put it. And then I'm scrambling around to try and find it. So, keeps track of things. As you can see, I'm like, where's the key? Oh, it was right there this whole time. But for whatever reason, the car was asleep. We've been live for almost an hour, and that window has been tinted. Chop, chop. Yo, dude, this isn't that place. I actually have lots of time to spend in a car. This ain't no in-and-out service. Where do you get your tint? I get it from GeoShield. So we're going to be putting Pro Classic, 20%. 20% on all the sides in the back, 35% on the windshield. They make key rings that aren't hipster Apple. Yeah, but do you know how well integrated the tag actually is? That's why, like, it was kind of like a bonus. There's like little shop things that you can do, but I use them past my shop. So I think we need to put it on here. They're way better integrated. But you kind of have to be like in that whole system. So it's just funny how people get stereotyped by their phone. I use what works. Is about selling you something you don't need because you don't need to know where it is if you hang it up. Yeah, well, that's fixing the problem. It legitimately fixed a problem. Yes, of course, duh. If I just hung it up, if I just didn't lose things, I wouldn't need a tag to find them. But the thing is, I've tried to remember to hang it up, and guess what? I don't do that. It's in the car, then I set it on a table, then I set it on my toolbox, then I pop it in a drawer. Like, they're just all over the place. That's the problem. So anything that can save me a little bit more time versus 5 minutes running around my shop and stressing out, I'm going to spend the money on it because my time is more important. That's the difference. Are you gonna do anything when you hit 100,000 subs? I'm gonna go, yay! And then I'm gonna keep doing what I do. I appreciate it a lot. I've been watching it. By mid next month, we'll get there. But this doesn't change the channel. It's just, I'm very, very thankful for everybody that tunes in and subscribes. But it doesn't make the channel any more significant than it is right now. Without the box, you could tell could you tell the difference between Pro Classic and ceramic? No. Unfortunately, with most films, you can't tell the difference between dyed and ceramic except for sitting outside in the sun. That's unfortunately the hard part about selling window tint. It's a features problem and a convenience thing, and a comfort thing. So it's nice to have ceramic or carbon for sitting out in the heat. So is it worth it to get? Absolutely. But to the right type of people. Not everybody, a good tint is a good tint. So at least start with something that's going to last. And, people like half believe you on that type of stuff. Like, oh, he probably just wants me to spend more money on this tint in particular. I don't know if it's going to fail or not, but it might. That's the scarier thing. And then up from there, it's about like what you value at the particular price. So like everybody wants to do it, but winter 6 months out of the year, it's a harder sell. think there. I think we'll do it that far. You will get a YouTube button, though. I know, that I'm super excited about. I'm super excited to get my little silver YouTube recognition. So I can open that on stream, but I don't know. I'll probably have like a thank you stream, but I don't have anything else that I really can do. But I appreciate subscribing. Did it not work? What's wrong? What's wrong with my alerts? Super chat. Where are they? Alert. Huh. Why didn't it show? Oh, there it is. Holy crap.
DC Customs and Detailing super
DC.
chatted $5. What do you think about using a Sharpie method to hand cut? It seems like it would be a little faster. I never did it before.
DC with the 5, thank you. I never saw the Sharpie method until like way later. I was kind of shocked because I assumed that a lot of people's like how to tint a door window video was like very similar to mine in terms of like cutting and stuff. And then I saw somebody pull out a Sharpie and I was like, what the heck is this? So, I got some feedback from some other people. It's a very safe, efficient method too. I like cutting on the car just because I've been doing it for a long time, and overall it's plenty efficient too. Doing the Sharpie, I thought there was a lot of back and forth, but after seeing how some other people do it, it's pretty awesome too. So when you're doing it with a Sharpie, you mark your sides, mark your bottom, cut your top edge, and then you carry it over to a glass board. And then all you have to do then is cut your sides a little wider than your Sharpie line. And that's the part I was missing. I thought you like cut your sides, then you drag it back over, and then cut your top. No, you can just do it all together. But yeah, I think it's plenty good. I'd try it out. So one of the biggest hang-ups is having a glass board. So if you have an actual space to tint in, then that's no problem. You have a glass board. Sweet. But if you don't have a space to tint in, and you're kind of running around, then being able to cut out something on a board is much more difficult and something extra you have to carry around. So I continue to stick to doing things this way because it's what most people are dealing with. I have a car. I need to tint it. And you'll notice, like, throughout this whole thing, take away the studio, replace it with a generic garage. How many things do I use that rely on actually being the studio? I'd say the plastic that I pull off of the wall. That you kind of need something to hang it up. But when I'm mobile, all I'll carry with me was a toolbox with some tools, actually a tool cart. And it was this crazy thing, which for a long time I carried one that was way smaller than that. You don't need all that stuff. So thank you for the 5. That's kind of like why I do things this way. But you can definitely do things with a Sharpie. You just need a glass board. Everything's got some type of a compromise. Like that's one reason I really like Glass Aid and the whole idea of it. Because you could literally throw it in a toolbox and go anywhere and use it. Where like people will argue about, oh, just use glassboard. You don't need that. Just use a Sharpie and a glassboard. Yeah, well, I was at literally at a automotive glass shop, and they never would make space for me to put up a glassboard. So I couldn't use one. So I'm a strong believer on being able to only rely on the tools you bring and the car. You can do everything with that. You don't need anything else. Everything else is extra. Thank you for the 5. Had an employee stealing AirTag. What? Doesn't it tell you? Like if it goes away out of your little circle, it'll tell you that it did, and it gets tracked through other iPhones too. So it's not like you can just steal it and reuse it, as far as I know. Wow, super chats are like way behind today. It's like I have the alert or I have the message, but I'm waiting on it to pop up. I don't know why it's so slow, but it should. It should pop up. Give it a sec. I see ya. I see a DC. We're just gonna cross our fingers. Okay, I guess it's not. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. But DC, thank you so much for the 2. I love Glass 8. I have like 10 rolls stashed. It's smart too because of the way that it went out of stock very quickly, and it was very hard for me to get back in stock. Now I have quite the stash of it. There it is.
DC Customs and Detailing super chatted $2. I love Glass 8. I have like 10 rolls stashed lol.
Thank you.
DC Customs and Detailing super chatted $2. I love Glass 8. I have like 10 rolls stashed lol.
What the heck? So that was not only 2 minutes late, but also it played it twice. It's broke, but hey, I'm not complaining. I'd rather have it at least pop up eventually than not at all. Yeah, the bot for that hasn't had his coffee yet. I think there's a ghost. I think maybe he tried this morning. I don't know, cause there's like, so my coffee maker in there. There's a coffee cup sitting there. I saw one sitting there like a few weeks ago. With no coffee in it. So I think people don't know how to use the Keurig. They put a cup there, they stare at it for a little bit, and then they just like leave the cup there. I just noticed this morning there was one sitting there. So somebody tried to use it and then couldn't figure it out, and then somebody tried to use it before and then couldn't figure it out. It's just kind of funny. Or maybe there's a ghost. This little bit right here. Beautiful. So we got this. Then we have back doors or back windshield Can't you order Starbucks for customers? Yeah, you could. Unfortunately, the closest thing here, though, is the Tim Hortons. And I wouldn't subject my customers to that. But I'd have to, like, DoorDash, I don't know, what, like a $5 to $6 coffee. And then have, like, a $20 delivery fee attached to it. It doesn't quite make sense. I started using the little chiseler for rounding those corners. Oh, that's smart. Used to use like a quarter or something. Or a penny. Am I hating on Tim Hortons? Yes. Yes, I am. No, okay. Tim Hortons is garbage coffee now. I used to like it. And then Burger King bought Tim Hortons. And they expanded super quick. So they were like, you know, everybody's used to Starbucks and like a handful of other ones. But mostly like Starbucks is the main name. There's a lot of people that really like Tim's. And then one day I see in the news, Burger King bought Tim Hortons and then also moved their offices to Canada where they pay less taxes. And their coffee went real bad. I used to get them all the time because for whatever reason, all the audio accessory companies, was literally like a parking lot away from a Tim Hortons, and it was great. So I just go to Tim Hortons like almost every morning. Super.
78 Rios super chatted $9.99.
That one seemed pretty quick.
What's up? How are we doing today? I hope New Year's is better for everyone.
Thank you, Jose, for the 10. We're talking about how garbage Tim Hortons is right now. Welcome. Happy New Year, man. I appreciate that a lot. McDonald's has the best coffee. Fight me. Oh, no. Come on. You know what was oddly good? Taco Bell. Taco Bell was doing this giant breakfast push. So, short lines. I tried their coffee. Actually pretty good. But some of their sandwiches have like weird spices in them and stuff. So, I think there's only like a couple things that were actually worth it. But they were a good bet to get coffee because nobody was really going to Taco Bell for coffee. I don't understand. You got to tell me what to get because every time that I've gotten coffee from McDonald's, there's been this weird chemical-y taste. You know, like when you have like a fake sweetener and it's got like that sugar-free aftertaste? Same thing with their coffee, but in a chemical-y way. Like, I can't describe it other than that. Starbucks is always like a little bit dark. So if you like a dark, heavy coffee, which I go for like a pretty strong coffee overall, Starbucks is pretty good for that. Also, I'm got a big kick for their mochas. I was kidding. No, I don't believe it. I think you like McDonald's coffee. They had this giant McCafe push, and they have like pods and stuff in stores, and I don't know. So it's like people like their coffee, but I do not like that. Casa Trail, actually good coffee. Yep. Casa Trail's good. I haven't had it in a while, but if you're using a Keurig, Laughing Man. Laughing Man Columbia Roast. That one's really good. We actually just got an espresso. So I'm playing around with that. That actually has a better tasting pike pod, but it's more expensive, so I'm not super stoked about that. Is that a new felt card? No. No, I've been using this one for a while. Well, it's like if you haven't seen these ones, then yes. Is a hairdryer okay to heat the tint? No, I have a video on my channel that explains why. So, trying to think of what else for coffee. Laughing Man was really good. Surprisingly, I don't even remember how I got it the first time. But Laughing Man was like, we tried some other ones. Even like pike roast and a Keurig isn't all that great. But it's a lot of it's subjective. So French press is probably one of my favorite ways to make a coffee, but it is a little bit more involved. It's really cheap though. You take some coffee beans, you throw them in a grinder, you dump them into the press, then you pour hot water over it. Not boiling water, but hot water. You let it sit for like 3 minutes, and then you press it. That's like all you have to do. But it lets a lot of the oils and stuff. It doesn't filter those out. So another option is like a pour-over coffee. Like a Chemex with the paper. Is there coffee culture in Detroit? Probably. Not really that I've cared to be a part of, but there's like, there's lots of little coffee shops and stuff like that. I don't know. I just tend to like go through a Starbucks drive-thru. Does anybody know what I'm talking about with like the McDonald's chemical taste? I have no idea. I hear a lot of good things about the AeroPress, but it only makes one coffee at a time. I'd have to look that up. It sounds familiar, though. There's there's one super big, actually there's a few big coffee channels, but there's one guy that has like really long format discussions about coffee and like different ways to do it. It's so funny how he tastes it, too. He's like, just like really fast. Yep, McDonald's coffee is the worst. Okay, cool, we got one. James Hoffman, that's the channel. Yep, I've watched quite a few of his videos. I really like, so he did a collab video with another super big YouTuber that I could tell you who he is if I saw him. I just can't remember the name. But the guy basically wasn't a coffee drinker. And then he like showed him a bunch of samples and then kind of honed in on what he liked as a taste. And then from there, he showed like a few different ways that he could drink it. And then kind of turned him into a coffee drinker. But it was like this whole process to kind of break down kind of like how to figure out what your favorite type of coffee really is, like what you kind of lean into, and then the way that you can mix it up. Ew! My guess is that McDonald's, they have to clean the machine every night and they don't rinse it very well and the cleaner will dry and that's what you're tasting. Oh, I hope not. But there so is some type of chemical taste there. I don't know. Everywhere that I've gone. But I've heard similar things about something like a Chick-fil-A, right? Like there's a few YouTube channels that like brought up Chick-fil-A and they're like, I don't like Chick-fil-A at all. And I'm like, what? How do you know? It's like one of the best chicken sandwiches. And they're not very, there's only a handful of Chick-fil-A's around here. So it's like whenever we're kind of around one, it's like, yeah, let's get some Chick-fil-A. I mean, and they got a gigantic line anyways. But they're like the Apple Store of fast food. Super busy. Super busy most of the time. But anyways, they're I'm a big fan of them. I actually enjoy McD's coffee. They really stepped up their game. 4 sugars, no cream, or straight black. Maybe one day. Maybe one day I'll be like, you know what? Lewis recommended it. Do it this way. But if it sucks, I'm gonna ban you. James Hoffman at the moment is doing a series on the Mocha Express. What is that? I haven't seen that one. I took a leap and got an espresso because I was like, I'm at this weird point. Where I want to have I'll just grab this one. I want to have an easy way to make a mocha at home. And you can't really do that without making an espresso. But so then you gotta like grind beans, you gotta press them, you gotta put them in your espresso maker, then you gotta like steam your milk and stuff like that. So like I want a half-ass version of doing that, essentially, but that still tastes pretty damn good. So I was like, Nespresso seems like the option to do that. Because it's essentially like half or 3/4 milk, a lot of cocoa powder, and then like an espresso shot. So you either have to make like a super, super, super strong coffee, but it wasn't the same. So we got the Nespresso, and then you can go buy Starbucks chocolate. Like you use any type of chocolate powder, but the Starbucks one actually has that same mocha taste to it. And I was surprised, like that's pretty good. And then we got some of the pike roast pods, and out of an espresso, it's actually pretty damn good. What? What is it called? Oh, the Mocha Express is really like a stovetop espresso maker, but it just makes coffee. I was looking to get like a super fancy coffee machine, and then the more I looked into it, they're kind of loud, and they're just a lot of cleanup work. So I'm like, they take up a lot of counter space. I'm probably not going to use it all that much, but I really appreciate good coffee. So that's where I was like, then we came across the Nespresso, and I'm like, it's a little cheesy, but we'll try it. I want to try it. I think it'll work, and it does. It gets good enough. Spending way more on coffee pods now, though. What? You got the same tool set I have? Oh yeah, the DeWalt one. I was in a Costco, and they had it sitting there. They ruined the box, though. I'm so mad. So they had like, you know, they'll put like protective packaging on it so people can't just take the tools. And they wanted all the tools to be on display with the Costco packaging. And so I picked it up, and then I'm trying to like take the packaging off. They put 20 screws just like inside the box. So it was all open, plastic sheeting over it or whatever, and just so to unbox the stupid thing, I had to literally take out 20 screws. So dumb. They're just screwed right into the plastic on the box. Like, they're not specific spots for it. They're just, like, scattered all over it. So now I have a bunch of holes in it. But yeah, I needed some type of a basic tool set, and I've just kind of been, like, holding off. I don't know. I, like, see them, and I'm like, I gotta sit down and figure out exactly what I need. And then I saw that for $100, and then you brought it over too. I'm like, I'll just get one of those. What kind of coffee beans do you like? I've tried a bunch of different ones. Honestly, what we kind of just liked the most was always the Pikes. So I like a dark roast. I like a dark roast, and Pike says it's a medium, but they definitely like cook their beans longer, so it's just darker. I haven't gotten really into like artisan coffees or anything because it's like you gotta buy it and order it, whatever. Or just rather find something relatively easily and that I can always get. So like I really appreciate a good coffee. I just don't do a lot of searching for specific things, but it's very much a like time of the year thing. Coffee can go in and out of season. They'll have different blends throughout the year. I don't quite go that far. All right, so we're actually doing some type of bottom loading on this right now. There isn't much magic to this really. It's just drop it in at like a front angle, and then get the rest of it to slide down. You just clean the window, sweep everything out, and then you're literally just installing it like you would, like the glass itself. You just drop it into the door frame. And so you want to make sure your water is at least soapy enough to do all that. It's hanging up in a couple spots. But you can see like this is way more straightforward than what I normally do. There's a lot less steps involved. It's get the seal out of the way and then just spray it all and drop it in. Makes installation, makes it a lot simpler. But again, the challenge is getting the seal out of the way. So as long as you have an easy way to get the seal out of the way, you're golden. If you don't, well, then you're kind of stuck. Like you have to do it my way. So the only thing that can really happen on the way in is like, I mean, you can still get a dirty window, don't get me wrong. I think you're a little special if you do, but like creasing it on the way in. Other than that, just take your time, drop it in. Do you believe that light roast has more caffeine? I actually don't know. I have no idea if it does or not. You should get an easy tint from Expel. I didn't give that thing much time. I just didn't like the feel of it. But like I don't want to install that way. And on this I would still do the same thing. Even with the easy tint, I'd still pull the bottom seal on one of these. So it's like it kind of just depends on where you're at and what you feel comfortable with. I didn't, that wasn't around when I started, and I still think this is a super good universal approach to it all, like the way I normally tint. So I don't have a lot of hangups at all with most cars. It's just like some are a little tighter, some are a little looser, but at the end of the day, it's like they all kind of install the same way. So adding something like that and learning just basically how to make something easy in a similar fashion, just like I'm good with this. Whoa, that was like super deep. Light roast coffee is more strong because less caffeine gets decarbonized in the roasting process. Dang, that makes sense. There's a little bit more cooking involved in a dark roast versus a light roast. But I'm not a big fan of the taste of like a lighter roast or a medium roast. I tend to go for like a darker roast. And when it's strong, I really like when it's stronger. Weak coffee is kind of gross to me. Tastes like water. So that's not exactly like a light roast. It just has a different flavor. I like a darker Dark, strong. Darker, stronger. How do I... Can I get it your for XPEL XR Plus? Sure. If it's anything about the price, I'll say, look at what you're buying. This looks good. Yes, I think so. Ooh, little bubble. Glad I saw that. Glad I saw that. Little bubble there. Ding, 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 ding. I hope there's no copyright strikes on Apple ringtones. Dun, 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 dun. 1 second. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Okay. It would start at $100 for that. The earliest that I could get you in would be Monday. Probably 10 o'clock. Oh, I gotcha. Let me see what's going on that day. Do you have a day next week that you get out a little bit earlier, or you don't work quite that late? No? Okay. No, I was just wondering if you had a day off randomly in the week. Let me check out Monday here real quick. I think I got that guy coming in at 10 o'clock. So you get out at 2 o'clock. I could get you in at 2 o'clock on Monday. Wait. Is it 2 o'clock on Monday? No, I got somebody coming in at 2 o'clock on Monday. Shoot. I could do Tuesday. Okay. No problem. Have a good one. Okay. I haven't gotten that response before. Wow, this is majorly falling off. He said, I think I'm just going to do it myself. Okay. All right. That's why when you try decaf, it's super overcooked and dark roast. Decaf, no. Yeah. Would it be possible to get a shameless plug right now? We're doing something crazy. I don't know about that. Yes. What's going on? I heard something about a sale, I think. He just didn't want to do it out in the cold. Yeah, I could have said we're live right now if you want to see. But he said he's done it before, so. Yeah, I don't know. It's all right. Dang. Is there like is there a link like that explains it in any way? Because that's always good to put up there. If not, I mean, I can definitely just say it and then link your website. Love my Breville like a workhorse 3 times a day. The Nespresso is actually made by Breville. No link? Okay, well, I'll link you guys anyways. Okay, so Sun Distributing, you know them as a fantastic supporter of this channel. Oh, you still got your gift cards up there. So this is the site. They are offering, they say, what is it? Audio skipping. Is it? Oh no. I have no way to check this. Why would it be skipping now? Let me check something out. But in the meantime, I'll try and spit this out there. So Sun Distributing is doing free UPS shipping on all their stuff. Huh. Oh, sounds like a YouTube problem then. Because I went and looked at recording and everything seemed fine. Okay. We'll be past it. There's just a few people that were saying it. All right, cool. We're good. So sundistributingdirect.com, they're always a proud supporter of this channel. They say they have free shipping on all UPS orders, or free UPS shipping, which they pretty much use for all their orders anyways, on all orders until 1/27. So it is 1/14 right now. So definitely check them out. If you're looking to stock up on tools, film, definitely take advantage of that. So big thank you to them. And looks like they like to give back too. So that's super cool. I was just going to check it. All right, we're all good. But yeah, I'll try and remember this at the end. The gift cards takes up a lot of space. Weird. Okay, we're going to say that is a YouTube problem. Thank you, YouTube. Thank you, YouTube, for completely destroying viewership. Oh, well, whatever. There's good and bad always. Yeah, it must be a processing thing. That's best I can figure out. Let's get back to it. How far are we? We halfway done the car? No? Oh, okay. After we were so rudely interrupted. It was a 97. It was definitely like a little out of the range that I thought. It's like, oh, that's old. I still quoted it at $100. It's older, but that one shouldn't be any more difficult. Well, like a little bit, but not that difficult. Okie dokie. I always get that to come off. There's like this fine black something that'll just like come off the glass. It's like you're just like scraping it off the top edge. That always helps. So, hopefully it doesn't stay that way as far as audio goes. You never know. There's always like, I have a pretty beefed up computer. I don't change hardly anything. And then next thing you know, it's just like, you go live, you cross your fingers, everything's fine, and then all of a sudden everything's not fine. But some of those problems can't be fixed. Some of those problems can't be fixed unless I literally close my streaming software, and then that kills the stream. Have you ever had somebody walk away once you told them you have to charge to remove all tint? Maybe once. And most people say up front. I don't get many of those surprises. I've had a couple where like somebody schedules a tint appointment and then they show up, but I know like it's definitely a thing. People do it. I think I'm kind of out of the price bracket that people regularly do that stuff. Where it's like, oh, they told me it was this to get it tinted, and then they show up, and sometimes they expect you to still do it at that price, and it's like, whoa, 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 no. And if you do free removals, you're just giving time away. So I do have a story, though, of somebody who, like, he was like, hey, my back window is bubbly, I want to get it retinted. How much to get it retinted? And then I told him, and then he's like, okay, how much just to tint it? And then I told him, and he's like, oh, okay. I'm gonna do the removal myself. It'll be fine. I'm like, okay, be sure, blah, 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 blah. And he was like really dismissive on the phone. Yeah, that's fine. It'll be no big deal. And it's like, I'm trying to help you. But whatever, this guy's just trying to talk me out of it. I'm just going to go do it myself. So, of course, I scheduled other appointments that day too. So he was not only running late for his appointment, but he then followed up with, like, he called me halfway, and he's just like, sorry, I'm just running a little late. It's like, it's a half hour late right now. And then I asked him about the removal. I was like, how'd the removal go? He's like, oh, man, that's way more difficult than I thought it was going to be. You're right. I'm going to let you redo it. And I'm like, I don't have time now. What? But I'm like halfway there. I'm like, well, the job is going to take at least twice as long. And now I got other people coming in. I have to reschedule for another day. He was not happy. Oh, fine. Schedule me for another day. Okay. Will do. But, like, you know, I tried to explain the issues ahead of time. If you don't want to listen to them, I can't make you. There's just certain things that I can do and certain things that, no thanks, I'm good. So I'm sure around the springtime I'm gonna get a lot of inquiries again about removals. I'm so on the fence with even doing them. So I've been quoting double the car, just to kind of either deter or it's got to be worth the time at this point. Because magically I was getting, if you're just a regular shop doing your thing, a lot of the time the removals, like if you're down south, they're painful. Up here, they're not near as painful. Like, there'll still be glue, don't get me wrong. But as long as you can get the film off, then it's fine. And then you take your adhesive remover, get the rest of it off, and then you go about tinting the car. The problem on all the old flaky tint ones is it's just a pain to remove all of it, obviously. It's like you're sitting there with a steamer, you're trying to like chisel it off the window essentially. No fun. No fun at all. Could take half your day just trying to do one of those things. How many cars can you tint in that time? Yeah. And how much harder was that? Yeah. No fun. So, I just don't even want to do removals. But this channel pulls in people that are interested about their cars, and people that are interested in their cars tend to, like, they'll buy, a good number of the people would, like, buy slightly more interesting cars from out of state. So they'd be like, yeah, this came out from Florida. Yeah, this came out from Texas. And I'm like, oh no. So this channel is inadvertently pulling in super far out of state cars, like that were bought by people in Michigan, just because they're more rust free. So you guys install shitty tint down south, and then I got to deal with it one way or another sometimes. Had a guy asking if he could do each car for 20 each. He said, it's only a sticker. How hard can it be? Well, here, let me direct you to some supplies, and then by all means, have at it. I'm not here to just, like, I'm here as a professional service. If you don't think that it's worth the money, I'm not trying to get you as a customer. How hard can it be? Yeah, that's fine. Go ahead. It is a nice interior. That's why I want to keep it covered. Okay, where's my hung up straight away? Yeah, I had one guy call here. He had a Mustang, and he was really offended on the price. That was like, what, $240? And he's like, but it's essentially 3 windows. You have the front doors, you have this teeny tiny back window, and then you got like these little insignificant windows on the side. And I'm like, well, yeah, it's $240. He's like, but I mean, if you give me a discount, I can bring it to you today. Like, he thought bringing it to me today, unscheduled ahead of time, was a bonus. I'm like, I don't want it at a discount. And I'd have to schedule you for another day anyways. He was not happy either. But it's just like, not everybody understands. Like, they don't expect anybody to understand ahead of time. Just tell him to admit he can't afford it. No, you still gotta be nice. I just state how it is. It's like, I have people, like, I had somebody call this morning. I feel a little bad for this one, because he's like, please, can you get me in tomorrow? And I'm like, I'm sorry, my Saturday is booked up through next Saturday already. It's just, out of all the days, calling the day before Saturday is hard to do. If you want to get in during the week, I can definitely make that happen. No, man, I definitely got to have it done tomorrow. Well, I'm sorry. But it happens. It happens all the time. You have people that are very patient and looking to schedule in advance, and then you got people that are like, I gotta have it now. Tint my car now. There's no other time. I need it. If it's so urgent today, it should have been urgent yesterday or the day before. But we're gonna see a fair amount more of that as, like, tax stuff comes in, I'm sure. Do you recommend other shops if you can't do it? No. Because they're pretty much in the same boat. It's not that I wouldn't, but I just kind of know the state of most places right now. Calling literally the day of, day before, 2 days before is difficult. And especially as we go into the summertime when more people are going to call, like that gets even more difficult. And then I think we'll be in the same state this spring that we were last year. It's just people are way booked out in advance. And it's just hard to meet with the demand that's coming this year. So you'll have your random slowdowns, but people that want tint often think together. Well and good. I would not say that as much as I like the joke. Oh, yeah. It's shop talk here. Some of it. I started using the Lowe's tape on the side. Makes tint come out cleaner. Oh, I'm glad it's working for you. You used to install Lumar. When and why did you switch brands? Yeah, so I actually got my start with using their film, but it wasn't my choice. I was more than happy with the film too. We mostly installed like ATC. And I never had any long-term issues up here with ATC. It's like, it's not cheap in terms of the category that it's in. It's a more expensive, like at the time, I think it was like, for 60, it was like $300+ for a roll of ATC even. And I thought the stuff looked good. It shrunk super easy. And it was great to use. I'd still use it. But the company was looking to cut costs on film, because we were doing cars for like $160 or something. So they added up the film costs. They're kind of just like, we'll look around for something else that makes a little bit more sense for where pricing's at. It was funny too, because I even broke down pricing for them. I'm like, that's not where you're going to save money. Like, you will save some money, but you need to raise your prices. But they didn't. I literally put it on the board. I was like, this is really healthy to do. Take the last month of invoices, calculate what your film cost is, and how much you made on each, like on the jobs overall as a whole, and then figure out like in a different tier what your film cost would be and how much you made off of that too. So I did that. What I found out at the time was we had an entry-level film at like 160, and then we were installing like Lumar jobs at 200, and I added up all the jobs for the month, and I was like, we're not making any more money here on upselling customers. Don't you think that's a problem? Why even bother? You gotta raise your prices. It was super dumb. How did you get the roller for your carpet shield? Oh, that dealie up there? With a lot of searching. So there's this place called the Container Store, and they have this like lineup of stuff called like Elfa, ELFA. So the brackets, like there's that black bar up there, and then you have rails that hang down from it. They're pretty universal with other systems, so you don't have to be under the same system. It's just like there's the top brace, and then rails that drop down from there, and then as far as the brackets, like they're all pretty much the same size. So I just got the dual track lows or brackets from like Menards, but they have them at like Home Depot and stuff like that. Like there's just a lot of brands that all rebrand the same thing, as far as I can tell. So then I went to the Container Store, and the Container Store has these super cool, extra long they had these extra long like closet hangers. So it's not only a bracket you can hang the film on, but it's got these handy little hook things off the bottom. So it's essentially just like a closet rod. So like this is the system. These are the short brackets. I was able to find these at like Menards. I'm sure you can find them online too. Where does this one go? One up. So they just go in, put the tint boxes on them. They don't stick out very far, so you're not like jamming your elbow against it while you walk by. And then this one up here is the longer one. So another box sits on here, hook goes in here, and then just comes away far enough. It was just really convenient. I like it a lot. A lot of searching. I'm not super crafty with like building custom stuff. I just search and find stuff that kind of all works together. Simple, clean, very slim. Because like I didn't have hardly any space in the garage. So like here I could do cabinets or something. But my home garage, space was a premium. This is a slim profile. And the other thing I really liked, it was kind of like a display. So I was trying to dress this place up for pictures as much as I could. So I was pretty happy with that. I should take this off. I don't want this sitting like this. I'll take the other side off too. So on this quarter, I got a nice border here and just a harder rubber edge here. These quarters should be pretty straightforward. Also, no more wiping panels. Yeah, it's to keep all the water off of it. It's like, you can, for a long time, I didn't cover up door panels, but being on this channel, lots of people seeing stuff, one of the biggest comments that I would always get was like, you're ruining that car with all the water that you're spraying. And it's just not true. It's just kind of scary to see. I'd put a towel over the switches, that's the most exposed part, and then everything else was okay. Be careful going to the Container Store. You'll spend way more than you thought. It's a fun place. It really is. They have very creative like shelving and stuff there. Lots of unique ways to do things. But they have a couple of things that are pretty unique. Like one thing that I wanted to do is get essentially like a pegboard, the metal one, but they're like $40 to $80 each. And I was like, oh, I want more than just one, so we went for a different route. Do you like the Lowe's tape for felt on seals? Yep, absolutely. It does wonders for everything. How long were you at your home garage before getting your own shop? I was kicked out of the home garage by the city after, let's see, March, April, May, June, July-ish. So like 4, maybe 5 months. I was as respectful as I could, and I even called the city and talked to them. And as far as I was aware, there was no problems with what I was doing there. They're like, you can work out of your garage. But I think they didn't realize how professional it looked. And so neighbors called again or something and then ruined all my, I don't know who called, just somebody called. And like, I get it. Like the thing is like it's broadcasted too. So it's not really like, I can just like do things in the garage and that's it. Like it's kind of low key. No, it's literally slapped all over the internet. So it put me in a very, very tough position of like, I need to find something and I need to find it now. So my big gamble was like, channel seems to be doing well. This is a really cool format. I don't want to just wait on a space for like 6 months or something. I need to find whatever I can find right now. So it still took like a week or two, but I fast-tracked this thing hard. So I was looking at a space that was like 1,700 square feet. It's in the same building. But they told the neighbor that the space was open too, and what I can guess happened was they were like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we might pick it up. And then nothing happened, and then they got more serious broad inquiries, and then they told them again, like, hey, I got somebody that's going to lease this by the end of the week. Do you want this space or not? And then they finally like, yeah, we'll get it. So I wasn't able to get the smaller space. I'm actually a little happy that didn't happen, because when I walked in, the space just reeked. It was super dirty, and it smelled horrible. So I think that would have been an ongoing issue. And there was a lot more cleanup. And then this was kind of like the best space in this building as far as like space goes. It's all wide, it's open, the walls look clean, it had decent lighting. From day one, I could lease it and pull a car in the next day. So I talked to them. I was like, I'd like to do a couple things with the building too. And they're like, well, how about this? We'll give you the first month free, and then you can put that money towards some other stuff. And I was like, sweet, sounds good. So then I jumped into this space. I was definitely super nervous. I was like overly nervous. You have to put it was like 2 months down, and then the first month up front, and then I got the next month off. So it was like, you get over this payment, and then you don't have to pay rent for a little while. So it was scary, but I'm super glad that I jumped in here. I've never worried about rent since. It's that, like, in your head, you have ideas in your head, and like, I could do this, I could do that. And those things are very real. Like, people, the biggest difference, I think, between the appeal of mobile versus the appeal of having a shop is like, okay, I need to have this money by the end of the month, or I'm done. But there's so much more opportunity for volume at a shop. So like, it's like that commission structure. For mobile, if I'm not tinting, at least I don't have to pay my rent. But you have vehicle expenses, you have insurance, and those are very real. But at least you don't have a big check at the end of the month that you have to put in. It's all kind of gradual and whatever, and it's not as scary. But when you jump into the shop, it's like, okay, this is very real now. I have to make this work. But being on like maps, having a physical location has made such a difference. It's not all sunshine and rainbows, but it's a lot more normal of an experience. So it just, people see it. I have a decent amount of reviews now, but earlier on, it's just kind of like, hey, I'll go check this place out too. Everybody else is booked up. So from there, you can get your in on making on getting appointments and stuff, and just kind of broadening out from there. So I've been incredibly happy actually having my own place, but I didn't want like a tint shop because I'm doing the channel. I wanted to do the channel, but it worked out in a way where I had to basically start my own business to continue this channel. I've tried a bunch of different ways. It's just this had to happen because, as you can see, if I was working for Space right now trying to do live stuff, it kind of works, but then also it's like, hey, we need you to do stuff. Not spend all day with that car right now. So it's just, this is the way it's got to be. You're bottom loading now. Everything's changed. Everything's changed, guys. It's a new stream technique and style. It all changed. No. So this has really annoying a front pinch here. Very hard to tuck that in clean without getting a big crease on something like that. So it makes sense on windows that go down to a point just to pull the seal. I went over that right at the beginning of the stream too. So if you're interested, rewind a little bit. But we will put it back probably before we end. This is an easy one to pull. The older Lexus with the tweeter, no, that's a pain in the ass. You should have a guy tinting in the background for continuous revenue. I think we might get there. Finding a tinter is difficult, and also I'm still feathering my schedule a little bit. I'm not completely slammed. There are some days that are definitely booked up, and that's comforting, but there's still opening spots, so it's not quite there yet. What is the pink tool? That is a Tri-Edge X. So they have many colors. They have pink, they have blue, they have yellow, orange. I like the pink and the blues, I think, the best. They're a little bit softer. They're all really good, though. Orange, I think, is a little hard. Yellow is a pretty great one, too. But I always kind of gravitated towards the blues and pinks. So, yeah, the one with the tweeter, I've flat out refused that one not too long ago. I'm just I'm sorry. I have to try and pull the door panel, and I just saw how difficult it was to put back. I'm just not gonna take that one in right now. Like somebody on the other side of the wall. It would be way easy if 1 million people would just watch every one of your videos. Yeah, wouldn't that be the dream right there? Yellow for cleaning, blue for free install, pink for heat because it won't melt. Yeah, that's a pretty good way to do it. The yellow ones, I use those for a while. And just to kind of get a good range of it. It's still soft, and really slidey. It's just a little bit stiffer. So these are still great. The Tri-Edge X is way better than the gray triangle. So biggest difference there, yeah, you're right, is the Platinum Easy Reach are so handy, but they wear out quicker and they'll scratch tint. So for these quarters, they're great for sneaking in that thin space, prying back the rubber a little bit. And then if you need to make pretty direct strokes with them, like only use them a handful of times and then just make sure they're real good. Because you dig them into the seals and it'll rough up. These will last a hell of a lot longer. The plotter is collecting dust. It is collecting dust. We used it yesterday, though. Might use it for the quarters. I can only book 3 appointments a day due to travel time. I spent $10K in maintenance on my truck in the last 3 months. They might be coming out with a green one. We may talk about that soon. Yeah, I'm super stoked for that. More on that soon. I was listening to that Tint Whiz, and I was really, really surprised at hearing that. So when you're doing mobile, yeah, you have, like, it's like the Uber predicament. It's like, so a lot of people kind of feel like their vehicle expenses are, before they get into it, are just a whatever, right? It's free. It's my car. I'm already going to drive it. All I have to do is pay gas. But then what you think much less about is like, no, your vehicle's getting wear and tear on it too. And gas does add up. So when you're running around all over the place, like pizza delivery, that's a lot of gas. It's a lot of short touch and go driving. And it's a lot of wear on your vehicle. That all adds up. So yeah, when I heard when Gator was spending $2,500 a month in gas, I was like, what the fuck? That's more than I'm spending in rent for this place. But you just don't think about it, because like the advantage is like, if you don't have work, you're not burning gas to get there. So it's very much the commission thing. Like, it sucks to sit around at a shop if you're 100% commission and not make any money for the day. But when it's coming, like, you're doing good, real good. But the shop owner looks at it too, like, well, if I don't have a car, I'm not paying this guy. So it's really reassuring to him too. It all costs money one way or another. So, mobile, like he said, he can only take in 3 cars in a day. Yeah, that's running around from person to person. And then you have logistics to worry about, like, do you have a garage I can pull the car into? So that kind of, like, narrows down your clientele a little bit more too, right? So you could talk to somebody fully about a job, get everything pretty much lined up, and then find out that they don't have a garage for you to pull the car into. That'd be a super big bummer, and that happens a lot. People have garages and they pile crap in them. All right, so what do we need? We need our roll. We need our 20% roll for the back. That should be this guy, right? Yes. Yes, it is. But I also honest about starting mobile. Main reason I have been successful and now I need to transition. I agree with that. I think I don't necessarily think it was because you were mobile, but I can definitely see why like somebody wouldn't have driven out to you versus like now you're going out to them and you're kind of putting your name out further from where you are right here. Where here, I'm sitting waiting to be found, and then mobile, it's like you're being more ambitious and then getting to areas that probably wouldn't quite reach locally unless you were marketing in a very unique way. But the one of the biggest things is really like, so you want to make a tint business, and you need a way to just take advantage of the time. So that it takes time to build your name and your brand. You can try and fast track it, but it's very difficult to do that. So existing without a shop is still good because you can still pull in clients and build up that brand and then jump into a physical location when it makes sense. Like I was just doing it from home for as long as I could. Obviously, I thought I was going to be there much longer. And then that at least got me a little established before I got kicked out of my garage, and then I had to open up a shop. And then clients that had previously been to my home garage, now I'm just telling them like, hey, I'm at a shop right now. And then they'd come in and they see it and they'd be like, man, that's awesome, congrats. So, it was cool. It allowed me to build my brand off my work ethic is more my point. I can see that. But there's some, like, there's a bunch of little things there. I'd say it's not, well, it's definitely not just your work ethic, you know that, but I'd say it does give you an opportunity to, like, where somebody would call and they say, hey, I'm like half an hour away from you. Then it's like, okay, that's no big deal. I'll come out there. And then you have referrals in that part of town with that customer. And then you can hop to another one and get more referrals out of somewhere else. Where like early on, if you're half an hour away, they're going to go somewhere else. Unless you have really creative marketing. So there's definitely a few things going on there. But the main thing is just to be able to build, like in anything, before you have to take a jump into a shop, just figure out what you need to do right away to just get started. There's so much overthinking. It happened to me even after seeing the business for so long. So I'm putting my garage together. And then I just basically like hit this point where it's like, okay, it's ready, it's ready, it's ready. Why aren't you starting this? Well, I need to do this. I need to make sure this is perfect. It's just like, no, just get started. So I took that along with jumping into here. I'm like, I need a place that from day one, I can just take the phone calls that I'm already getting and like, I can tint here. Just swing on by this place. Day one, I got a garage, I got room to pull in your car, I can get going immediately. Instead of finding a space that, oh, I gotta custom do this, gotta custom do that. That's all well and good when you have a way to keep your income coming in and still continue to do what you do, not put a halt to everything. So you don't need to design a big, beautiful space to jump into one. You can just have the space and then start doing all that stuff after too. As you know, I'm trying to play devil advocate even on my group. No, just agree. During the cold/winter, how many days do you tell? Oh, it just shifted. Oh, you tell your customers to not roll down their windows? Right now, about 5 days. I'll put tape over the switches and stuff like that, but I basically tell them 4 or 5 days and then explain to them how the moisture dries out. Yes. I always walk out with a customer. I don't care how cold it is. I check them out. I bring them outside because telling them all that stuff while you're checking them out, like in one ear out the other. Let's show you a physical example. Just like when I'm checking in a customer, I will walk outside and show them my vehicle, and we'll look at their vehicle and I'll hear what they're thinking, and then we'll try and figure out what they're looking for. But being able to walk out and spend a little time and like just like discuss everything, I think is really healthy. Then it shows that you really, really care. You can check in over the counter. That's still fine, and that works. A lot of shops do it that way, especially when you have a lot of people, you have a lot of phone calls and whatever. I always think it's extra appreciated though to be able to handle those concerns. There was some companies that I tinted for that couldn't be bothered to step away from the counter for any customer issues whatsoever. They would just call the tinter up front. They're like, hey, can you go out with this guy and talk to him about the car? It's like, yeah, what's the issue? Oh, I don't know. He'll explain it. It's like, wow. Check him in, get your commission, and then you're done. Thanks. Thanks, guy. Had a car with 4 window stickers across the lower back glass. Heat shrunk over them, but was curious, which do you require to be removed? Nope, just like you did. You can shrink right over them. It's not going to leave impressions in the film. I thought it would have been really cool if they did, because then you could do like lettering and then shrink and then have like an impression or something. No, you can shrink right over it. It's just like if you have some things that are like bedazzled plastic jewels all over the back window, obviously you can't shrink over that like a button or something. So as long as they're just regular vinyl stickers or whatever, you're fine. I'm about 6,500 in startup. Nice, very nice. I'd have to go through and like add things up. There's so many ways that you could do this. You have cost of film, which one way to save some money is like half rolls. You have essential tools and a vehicle to get places. So factor that into your costs. And other than that, you don't need a lot to get started. You can have a rough logo put together. You can go on Fiverr. You have somebody make something. You could hire a better graphic designer. Put some time in putting together your own site. That'll save a bunch of money. Get on all the regular business listings that are all free, like Google My Business, Facebook, socials. And then you're off to the races. Especially windshields. Yep, windshields take a little extra long. I'll point that out. So I'll do that today too. So we're doing the full car with the windshield, and I'll make it a point when I say needs to dry for about 5 days or so. You'll notice moisture pockets, especially on the windshield, because you're going to be looking directly out. So just be patient while that's drying. But also, if you have any questions or concerns, let me know. I'd be more than happy to take care of any issues. So let them know what to expect, because I can't tell you how many times, you just hand the keys back, they walk out to their car, and then all of a sudden you're playing this little game where, they see, if it's for most people it's okay, but inevitably you have the one person that sees bubbles and then hear bubbles a lot with window tinting, and then is then very concerned because bubbles and tint aren't a good thing, and then you have to talk them down off of a ledge, and you're like, no, this is normal, it'll dry out, just give us some time. But they're already kind of panicked. If you mention it ahead of time and then bring them outside and show, it's this is exactly what I'm talking about. You got to just give it some time to dry. That's why we leave the windows up. Use the appropriate glass cleaners, and you'll be good to go. So that's all well and good. Let me get one of these guys. We'll put it up front later. Let's lay it across the bottom. Tell them it'll look like orange peel. Seems to be an accurate way to describe when they see it without knowing industry lingo. Yep, that's a good one. What makes you what makes you drive in a vehicle straight or back in one when you tint it? It's, oh, I did this one opposite. I would have pulled this one straight in. Normally I do windshields facing this way and then back windows facing that way. When I have a full car to do, I might end up flipping it around. For me, it's just like the windshield's more interesting than the back window in most cases. So it's just personal preference. Most of the time, you just pull in a vehicle straightforward or whatever. It's quick and easy. For the sake of like lighting and seeing things, wow, that's when it disconnected. Hang on. I know. Wait. Oh, great, even better. Canon. What stopped? These batteries. But new batteries, and they're worse than these batteries. Not fun. But I do have batteries charging. That was brand new. Oh, this one doesn't have Velcro. Dang. Okay, we'll put this on standby then. We'll grab the other one, I think. I gotta find my Velcro. I got Velcro sitting somewhere. When's the next Philippine trip? Would really, like, we were planning on going this winter. We were planning on going, like, last winter. And then all the lockdown stuff happened. The worst part about it all is, like, so when you get over there, they're a pretty locked down country. So you actually have to quarantine, and that quarantine day has been going like this. So the lowest that we saw it was like 5 days. Most of the time, it's 2 weeks. So when you get there, you're literally staying in one room for 2 weeks, which makes it impossible to visit. So then you hear 5 days, and you think 5 days isn't even that, is like a long time, but compared to what it was, oh, not fun. Now I'm 6,600 because I just bought shelving from the Container Store. Nice. Very nice. Hey, like, everybody's startup is different. Everybody's path is different. So there's no, it's just like, what are your circumstances? What can you afford? And, you know, if you're talking about starting a full-blown business at that, hang on. There we go. Makes it real time. If you're starting a full-blown business, like, as far as startup costs, window tinting's like really accessible. It's the skill. It's the skill that's involved in the marketing that's behind it. Learning how to do it is one thing, but like seriously, if you want to be like a mechanic with all your tools, how much money do you have to spend on tools? Like, you'll probably be $6,500 in tools easy, and you still have other stuff that you need to get. Like, what if you needed a lift? What if you needed, I don't know, just a whole bunch of other stuff? Like, you need so much extra stuff that I remember working pretty much a minimum salary job, adding to my toolbox. Where's my bulldozer?
Mike D super chatted $10.
Mike D. Mike D, thank you so much for the 10. Whoa. It's
Mike
the same.
D super chatted $10.
Wow, I don't know why they're doing him twice, but they are now. So Mike D, you got double. You got the double. Oh, that's where that is. Okay. We're all good. My mechanic has 100K in tools, not lifts or shop, just in just tools and toolbox. Dude. Oh, yeah. So I was learning how to do remote starters and accessories and stuff like that. So here's what really sucks. And this was just expected. So I was, my dad's business, yep. Mechanic is more spending than making. Yeah, you don't even get paid super well depending on like where you're at and what you're doing. But okay, so I'm working like a minimum wage salary here, pretty much. Maybe a little bit more, I don't know. I was at my dad's company. And so window tints and automotive accessories was the main one at the time. So it's like a summer job for me. I was doing detailing, and then it's like, hey, if you want to grow up from here, get into all the accessories. So I went to Sears when they were open. I bought a $100 toolbox, and then you start putting everything on monthly with the tool mechanic or with the tool sales guy that comes around on the truck. And man, it's like a candy store. So you're like, yes, I need this, I need that. Okay, I'm gonna wait a couple weeks before I get an air wrench. Or like an air wrench socket, because that makes my life way better and I can do things faster. And then you're kind of like watching all the new tools as they come out, and it's fun. It's fun to build your own box, and it's a hell of an investment. But what would happen was, like, in the very beginning, mechanics, some will be very nice, but they're very protective about their tools because they have a lot of money invested in them. So as a courtesy, I would borrow them, and they start getting irritated real quick. They're like, if they don't see you buying tools, you know, every time you want to do something, you have to go over there, hey, can I borrow this? Hey, can I borrow that? Hey, can I borrow this? You're not making much money, and you pretty much got to spend your entire check on getting some tools and getting going. So it was a lot of that. I started building up my toolbox, got like a cheap Craftsman set, spent a little bit more money, got a Blue Point Impact, got an air socket, and just kind of worked my way up from there. But I easily had, you know, thousands in just tools, and I was just kind of a basic accessories dude. Still getting my feet wet, still making the same amount of money. Window tint, you can be all in on a tool set for like $250, $300 to be extra comfortable. And then you have your film costs. And then you're making money on everything that you do. So as far as just like sheer things that you need for mechanic work, way more expensive. So when people tell me window tint tools are expensive, no. Especially like a tank. People ask if a tank's worth it. Dude, I spent $450 back in like 2010 on an Impact. And like a tank, and I only use that here and there on certain jobs, right? You use it when you need it. Use a spray tank on literally everything. Is it worth it? Hell yeah, it's worth it. I still hold the record for the most money spent on tools. The window tint school, it was $350. That still isn't even like, and that's like everything and extras. That's less than one quality tool. So the thing is about a lot of those things is, like, you don't need a ton to tint. It's helpful to have a lot of quality, unique tools, and they'll last a while and you have to rebuy them. So that's kind of like an ongoing thing. But you'll save way more than dressing up a toolbox. I mean, how many guys in auto, how many people do you know that have spent at least 8 to 10K on a toolbox that was literally no bigger than, like, it was wider than that, taller than that, like a good sized toolbox, don't get me wrong, but like, and then they fill it up immediately and then they're looking at another one. But like, spending 10K on a toolbox is pretty damn normal. It's a stretch, but they're proud to do it. They're proud to invest when they really do that kind of stuff. It's like Christmas. They're getting 600 worth of tools plus that's with a keg from Sun Distributing. Hell yeah. It's not like it's a good chunk, but it's not crazy. What did I spend over there? Did I spend like 1,000? I did. If they're still hanging out here. So I went up there and I filled basically a shopping cart worth of stuff. And I think I spent like $1,000 on tools. I bought so many duplicates and stuff because I was doing a wall. And yeah, it was definitely $1,000. I got like the fusion heat gun. I got so much extra stuff. I spent $1,000 there. That's after already having stuff. Like, it's just, you can spend a bunch of money on tools, but you definitely don't have to. Comfortable, all tools is like $250, I think. And there's lots of extras. What you'll find is you can spend lots of money on extra things that all do the same thing or similar things. So it's like you could buy every version of this. But what you'll find is you tend to just use like one type, maybe two. Use like one squeegee. So you have all these extra things that you can use, but figure out what you like, and then you just double down on those. And I'm contemplating $50 to $5 of tools, but I'm barely starting. It's not like it's an investment. It's the way I look at a lot of this is I guess a good broad statement. If it's something there's levels to this. If it's something I'm gonna use, but I don't really care about the quality as much, I just want something that'll kind of do the job. You know, like a toilet paper holder. You could buy very expensive ones, or you could just get something that's super cheap. Are they all gonna do the job? Yes, they'll be fine. Will the quality one feel better? Sure. Is it gonna drastically change your life? Probably not. Would it look good in a nice house? Yes. But at the end of the day, it's a toilet paper holder. And then from stuff I'm gonna use like a little bit more and I need to rely on it, I'm gonna spend a little bit more money on it, obviously, but like when it's stuff that I actually use in my personal life, like headphones, I'll overspend on headphones because I just use the crap out of them. So I want good quality headphones that are gonna last for as long as they can, and they're literally part of all this. But like when I was just running around from shop to shop, I'd overspend. I spend like $350 on headphones. So from there, then you have like stuff that makes you money. Tinting tools are one of those things that make you money. Don't be shy to spend money on things that make you money. That's the investment. So showroom, for example, there's parts of it that it's all about impression, but it doesn't necessarily directly make me more money just having a nicer looking showroom. But first impressions are a big thing too. The race deck floor, I could tint with the regular floor. It's mostly for impressions. Tools, I physically need them to do the job. Film, it's going on every car. So it's something I want to last. So you see there's these levels here where it's like I would cheap out on certain things, and then I would overspend on some other things because those are the things that really matter. Those are what physically makes a difference from one job to the next. So, like, the Apple tax might seem silly from like, oh, well, you're spending $30 on that. Because it's so well integrated to what I use, it saves me 5 minutes if I misplace keys and I'm running around panicking, which there was one time that actually happened. Really bad. That was the final straw. I'm like, all right, I'm going to go get one. And then from there, I added them to key tags because I think those are so well integrated. And they work really well. So it's just there's little things like that where I will definitely, like, I don't hesitate to spend, more money. It's like $200 for one thing is not the same as $200 for another thing. They're weighted based on, like, what is the return? What's the value of that? Should I do quarters on this? Should we hand cut or should we plotter? I think the plotter's all set up for it. It would be really easy just to kick this into high gear. So I know there's a lot of people that think that way, but in case it's just you look at money as an equal thing, it's like look at what you're spending it on. If it's going to make your money, then it's like a no-brainer. What is this? Where's the tag? No. Oh, it's on that side. All right, I could take this off, but it's already set up. Now! 20. Okay, so that's already the roll that I need. The floor was a couple thousand. And that's something that, does it change the job? No. Does it drastically impact my life? No. So why spend the money on it? That's more about actual impressions. I got so many compliments on that floor, and it's one of those things that when I had it in a home garage, it changed it from feeling like a home garage to like being a skilled place of work. So when I had people walk in, they're like, wow, I want to do this in mine. This looks sick, right? It's like I'm not just, anytime I took a picture, cracked concrete floor, looked pretty whatever. You put that floor in it, and it's just like, oh, shit, way better. That's why I did it. So it's not the first thing that I would do, but it's something I would think about in the future. What does your floor look like? How can you make it better? You don't have to go with a raised deck floor. You do like vinyl plank or something, as long as it holds up, right? So that's kind of like, what is that sweet spot? This was a pretty good bet. So I'm going to pull up some software here. Tint, or what was that? Tint or wrap taillights. Wrapping the taillights is like, makes the most sense. Spraying them is kind of easier to get them done, but it's a little bit longer of a process. I don't do taillights right now. So this is a 22. Let me bring this up on the desktop. This is a 22 Lexus. Ooh, they got a bunch of them here. Lexus ES with shade ES 4-door sedan. So that would be this one. Did it change? ES 2219 4-door sedan. Okay, should be good. Looked like it refreshed. So we did the back window already. These look like the quarters to me. They say fixed left and right. That's awesome. So oh yeah, as far as materials go, window tint is different from taillight tint. Taillight tint is more like if you can wrap a car, you can wrap taillights. So it's its own skill entirely. You can window tint and still learn taillights just fine. Sorry, let me drag this back over. That makes no sense. I just can't find my streaming window right now. So there's that. So let's go back to this. Let me just make sure that this was all set. Good, good. And then enter. Yep, that's the last bit that I need to do. And then we can cut. And we can let that do its thing. Our quarter's hard to get off. I haven't tried yet. It's been too cold. Removing any tint out in the cold is way harder. Warming it up makes it way easier, so warm them up. If you asking if you can use oh, okay. How much is the software? Plotter software. Plotter software. There we go. It's free for 30 days. So it's called PRECUT. So I think it's like 85 bucks a month, and you can try it out for 30 days. So there's some problems with it. Like, it's got the patterns, but you can't resize them. It's still making its way up.
DC
But that's what
Customs
this
and
is.
Detailing super chatted $5. How big is your
DC?
floor mat? And how much did you pay for them?
Oh, DC, thank you so much for the 5. How big is your floor and how much did you pay for it? I bought it in 2 chunks. So, no, not that one. I'm getting confused on my windows. There, see? This is what it looks like. And then we go to main, and we can go to the GoPro. Okay. The floor has expanded. Like in the older videos, it pretty much came out to like here. Probably, wherever the extra dirty tiles stop. And then it probably was about the green wide in total. Maybe even, yeah, it was about the green, as wide as the green is now. So essentially, like this whole green area, that's about how big the space was before. That was in a home garage. And then I added to it. So it's like $4 a square. It's like a 24 by 24 pad. So how many square feet is that? So you can do just 24 by 24. It might be 25 times 4. Yeah, it's like $2,300, like right around there plus shipping. So you can see why I haven't done the entire studio. It's literally like, you know, that floor was like $800 with the layment underneath and the tools that I needed. I'm doing it again. So we got to do this, then we can move it forward. Thank you. That's why I say, like, that money is better spent early on in other things, and then as you kind of build into it and you have a cushion, it makes a good impression, is like all that's good for. And like I like where the water goes, you know, it stays under my feet. I'm not constantly sweeping it. So like it's kind of practical, but it's mostly for show. That speaks a lot on just like pretty pictures, posting, and then like people looking at one shop from another. Because if you're starting to compare floors and whatnot, and just general atmosphere, when walls look really dirty, space looks really messy, and it starts getting lower on their agenda. Can you go over the tint rack and where you got it from? I did earlier. So like Home Depot for the rails and that, everything hangs. Then I got these 6-inch brackets from like Menards. They just kind of slot in here. And then this was from the Container Store. So it's extra long that goes to a curtain rod or whatever, closet rod, and then I hang the plastic off of it. It's the quick 2-second version. I don't custom build stuff. I wish I could. I wish I was that skilled. I'm not. I look at an IKEA direction thing and I sit there for like 20 minutes trying to understand it before I finally get it. It's just not my strong suit. I can't think in builder terms. I just like figure out things that work together. I've been trying to lease a shop, but all I see is office buildings. That's a big problem. Yeah, I had the same problem. Look at every listing. Might be worth it to find a realtor and ask. But one of the reasons I'm in this space is literally because I couldn't find anything smaller and close enough. So I was sitting from home. I didn't want to be more than 10 minutes away. Ding, 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 ding. Hang on one second. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? Sure. What kind of vehicle? Okay. A Sebring. What did you want to get tinted on? Do you want to do the full thing with the windshield, or just the sides and the back? All the windows with the windshield? Okay. Was there any particular type of film that you were looking for? I have a couple to pick from. Like the material, like dyed carbon or ceramic. So all the shades are the same in all the films. So we have like 5, 20, 35, and 50. The main difference is going to be heat rejection for the vehicle. Okay. Okay. Well, starting out on that car with the windshield would be 400. With the carbon, it would be 500, and with the ceramic, it would be 650. What's that? On the website? Gotcha. Yeah, we're in the middle of adjusting some stuff right now, and it also depends on like the vehicle type. So the harder the vehicle, they're going to be a little bit more expensive. Okay. Yeah, we're not the best place for the cheapest price. So good luck, though. You're welcome. Have a good one. That is an example of. That is an example of what I deal with on a pretty regular basis, where people are just price shopping around, and they're hit with like, oh damn. Oh yeah, he wanted the full windshield too. That's why they're significantly different in sight. I start without the windshield on that. Been trying to find a shop lease. Oh yeah. Back to the shop lease. So. Yeah, I was so frustrated. I'm like, this was it was in like August, September, October, like around that time. I moved in October. So like, pandemic. And what I'm thinking is, I think there'll be a lot available right now. There is a lot more general retail that's available. There is like very little available with a garage door. All the cheap small spaces were taken up. At least most of them, not all of them. But there was one space kind of like buried in this, like it was going to be like $1,000 a month. It was buried in with a lot of, like it would have just been hard to find. But I'm like, I could make this work. Like, kind of like, hey, I need garage storage and a small office. That's what that was. So not exactly super retail friendly, but it was like $1,000. Most spaces around here, around like the Metro Detroit area, were anywhere from like $11 to $13 a square foot. This place happened to be $9 a square foot. So I don't have a front door. This is one of the most confusing things for anybody that pulls in their car here. They have to drive around back to the back corner of the building where I have 2 doors. I have one there and I have one there. And the front of the building is that way. So they see 107, 109, and they're just like, But I tell you what, it hasn't hurt me at all. I don't want foot traffic. So if anything, it's been a blessing. I don't want necessarily like people just walking in, because like I'm trying to do this, trying to get cars done. Everything's by appointment anyway, so if you walk in the door, I'm more than happy to talk to you. But we got to schedule an appointment to get anything done. So most of that just happens, over the phone. Not a big deal. So I found this place on, okay, there's a few places. There's like Zillow, whatever the Zillow is for like commercial buildings. And then there was like what I thought was a better one. That was like realtor.com. Oh no, LoopNet. LoopNet was a pretty good site to find any type of commercial estate, but a lot of the listings aren't super well explained. You then schedule an appointment with like whoever is the realtor for the space, or you just find a realtor, and their incentive is finding you a space, because that's when they make some money. So I just looked around. I saw a listing for this building, and they said they had 3 units available. And then I scheduled a time to come out here, look at the spaces, and from there it was pretty straightforward. But there was like one or two. There was 2 spaces available. There was supposed to be 3. Oh, come on. It slid down just a little bit. Okay, so there we go. So there's supposed to be 3 spaces here. There was 2, and then the first one was like super dirty, and 1,700 square foot, which would have been more in the price range I was looking for. So it was like 2,000 square feet, and I was like, that's pretty awesome. More than like all the space I could need. Had a pretty cool loft. Very dirty warehouse though. Would need a lot of work to clean it up, but I could get started. So I was just like, I think this is the space. So then I was like, hey, send me over what I need to sign, and let's get going on this. And they're like, okay. And then a day went by. He's like, yep, we're still working on getting it together. Okay. And then another day went by. And then it like got to the end of the week, and he's like, oh, I'm really sorry. It looks like the next door neighbor is going to lease it. So what they were really trying to do with the space was like hang on for a little bit, because they knew they would rather give it to an existing tenant that was paying rent than giving it to somebody new. It's just easier on them. Landlords just don't want to talk to you. They want to collect rent and not be bothered. That's what landlords want to do. When they're getting calls from tenants, there's typically a problem. So they did have this space, which this space was 3,300 square feet. And they said, this space is still available. We have a couple of people that are kind of interested. But, I mean, if you want to get it, you can definitely get it. And I took a long, hard think over the night. And I'm just like, okay, what are my alternatives? I have clients that I'm already building up. So I have like a little momentum going. Not an amazing amount of momentum, but that's going. We're doing live streams. And the biggest problem would have been stopping all of that and just trying to get it all started back up again. So I'm like, I want to keep some momentum going. Screw it. Screw it. It's literally, I think it was like $1,400 a month, the other space. So it's literally like an extra $1,000 a month. Is that worth it? Yes, absolutely. It's only $1,000. If I can't figure out how to make an extra $1,000 out of here a month, then I'm doing something very wrong. So, never, take a good serious look at it, but don't be completely afraid to spend money on something that's going to make you money. At the end of the day, people are like, well, you could lease it out with somebody else. I could, and that would save me $1,000 a month. But if I'm not making $2,400 a month to make up for the space, come on. So the extra $1,000 is not as big of a deal at the end of the day. It is kind of like, you got to pay that at the end of the month. But I'm building a business that should be well deserving of that per month. And way more. Because you have home expenses and everything else. So, I don't know. That's kind of how that's how I got into here. Also, they were like way easier about like income checks. Like, because some spaces will do that. They'll be like $5,000 a month and they want to get like your income history and like some stuff like that. And it's like, well, I haven't been in business for very long. So, like, I have this other income that I've made from like mobile tinting. I mean, I can show you all that and whatnot. But like, they'll do like some places would want to do like a credit check and some other stuff. And it's just like this is a new venture here, so it's not gonna look as promising in getting into something that's a little more upscale, I guess. Yeah, like I said, it was coming from literally tinting at another shop to starting in the garage to then jumping into a bigger space. So a similar size space with a front door, not necessarily in a better area, but like a little bit more store-like, would have been 35, probably $4,000 a month, all the way up to like $5,500 a month. Location is a big deal, so they always charge premiums for. These worked out really well, by the way. They always charge a premium for stuff like road, city, accessibility, appeal. How old is the thing? So you know you can spend $400 or $500 on like a shed, or like in somebody else's space, or like all of it is just kind of goes by the market. So this happened to be like it's tucked back. It's more for like commercial storage and stuff, not so much retail. But they're like, it's absolutely fine to like do the type of business that you want, because zoning is a big issue too. If you look at like downtown spaces or like just other retail spaces, and they're in like a little shopping mall with other spaces, and it's like the size would be perfect, but they're not zoned for automotive and they don't have a garage door. So you can't just like, hey, be right next to like a Kroger or something. It doesn't work that way. But I found a lot of commercial space is either real big, at least around here, real big, like way bigger than this. Like we're talking about like manufacturing spaces, and big office type stuff, or all the little spaces are already rent out for whatever they're rented out for. But all the walk-in retail, there's a lot of that. So if you're looking to start a clothing store, that's way easier to get into than getting into the garage in my area. But there was stuff that was farther out. I just didn't want to drive 20, 25 minutes. To location is something that's real hard, unless you just happen to be in the right place at the right time. You often find stuff that's just like there's a compromise everywhere. So it's 3,300 square feet. So I have 550 of showroom here, which is big. It's bigger than people's freaking living rooms here. So this is just the office walk-in space here. So recently redid all this, but this is a lot of space. And then I have this like back closet, which isn't near as big, but there's just a bunch of crap thrown back there. And then there's the rest of the space here. That's it. That's the whole tour. Okay, what time is it? 2:30. So we got all the sides and the back done. Everything looks really, really good. Now we got to do the windshield. Do you offer any classes? I'm working right now on an online school, and I may do in-person classes alongside of that launch. I know I've gotten a lot of inquiries for it, and we're going to come into the busy season now, but It's been on my mind. It's just always, like, it's never really taken a huge priority, obviously, because I haven't done it yet, but I might end up launching it alongside of that. The main thing is, like, I put so much mental into, like, I have an online store, I have the channel, and just, like, all those things in like in the tool store. So all those things together. Okay, I was really confused about that. Take up a lot of time and constant, like, you know, what video, how should I title it, what else can I do to complement that the physical, like a physical school kind of keeps getting pushed off. So I still intend on doing it. It's just that's kind of why it's been not happening. Oh, there's a lot of sparkles here. Are you planning on getting another tinter to work with you? I go back and forth on that. Yeah, eventually I think I'm gonna have to. But I know a lot of people, they see this and you know, you think tint shop. That was never my goal with this. I've worked at a bunch of tint shops. If I wanted to continue just being as big of a tint shop as I could be, I wouldn't be tinting. I wouldn't be tinting as much. And I guess what I mean by that is, like, I'd put a lot more time into, like, getting help, teaching some people, and then, like, yeah, doing some installing and stuff like that, but essentially you get pulled away from being the tinter to running the business. So if I wanted to keep growing that as much as I can, I just wouldn't be streaming. That would be an afterthought. That'd be like I'd go live every once in a while. I want to grow the media side of it. Has been like a huge goal for a very long time. Where's my 50%? There it is. And so for me, where it's at right now is just a treat. I've spent years thinking about how to get to even this point where it's at right now. And now that I can literally just take the time, tint a car, be on stream, and not be stressed out with a lot of extra things, dude, I'm having a great time right now. So I'm just like, just getting to this point was a huge success for me. So I'm just enjoying it. That's why I'm not as focused on, like, necessarily bringing in, like, adding a teaching portion, because, like, a physical school kind of takes away from the online again. Because if I'm on, no, this is 50. If I'm teaching, I have to ignore you guys. Unless one of you guys are here. You see, like, everything comes at a cost. So there's a certain amount of time that I have to actually do cards. There's a certain amount of time I actually get to do live streaming. There's a certain amount of time that I have for any of this. So with every new edition, something suffers. So the question is, do you guys want me to stop streaming and teaching classes, which the whole reason I would have classes in the first part was from the I'm too tied up talking about everything. Did I say the windshield's 35? I think I did. I know for a fact that it's 50. So I've done so many, like, 20 and 35s, but I remember the conversation, so I got it wrong myself, and I'm glad I remember now. Don't you have an extra roll of 50? Yep, I do, but I was busy talking about something else. So, like, Yeah, back to what I was saying. The whole reason the class would exist is because of the channel. So everything just comes at a cost right now. So if I'm like, look, somebody spends, I don't know, a couple grand for 3 days, whatever the, I don't know, just as an example, like a couple grand for like 3 days, which is generally like the most effective thing. I mean, it'd be a great experience. You'd learn a lot, and it'd be a lot of fun to do. But my time is then spent with the people that are spending the money to be here, not watch the stream. So maybe I might be able to like set up something in the background or for part of it. But the goal is just to be the most effective school that I can be. It's what you're paying to do. Like, I saw you on YouTube, but now I want to learn in person. So, like, I think my goal for that is probably going to be, like, once a month. But that's where it's, like, it'll kind of be more of a planned out event thing. And it'll just have to be, like, spaced out where it makes sense. I don't quite know what the demand would really be for it. But it's definitely worth a shot. But there will be, like, then 3 days that week where it's not really happening. Easy to say in the wintertime, much harder to say in, like, the summertime. So maybe they're seasonal. People saying, like, no, we need you to stream. That's just it. So an online school probably doesn't sound quite as fun, but it's more accessible. It's easier to be a part of. And like a serious thing is part of being here in person is not seeing the like how things are done close up. That is a very good part of it. But I found far more, a class is like a hangout. And you'll have discussions with the instructor that is so valuable on the business side and your specific problems. So, kind of like where a bunch of offices went from like being in person to being remote, there's so much that can be had over that where you didn't need to travel. We can still talk, we can still have classes, we can still do a whole bunch of stuff, way more specific to individuals, and much longer than 3 days. So that's kind of where I'm at. I didn't even intend on getting that far. I was literally like part of the memberships was going to be focused group discussions, like through like a Zoom or something like that. But then I'm literally like, it's too scattered. So it's getting built into its own platform right now. I actually just posted a video for the members that kind of gives a big, broad idea of some of the things that are going on here. Some behind-the-scenes stuff that I don't really want to talk about in too much detail publicly. There's projects going on in the background, which is fun. So it's a good place to share all that. Well, that was fun. Wheel shrunk. I meant to put a little heat on those corners on the tighter ones so they're a little funky looking. So we will score this a little bit. We'll just lightly touch our blade here, and then we'll keep going. This is Pro Classic. Does ceramic tint block out more glare than regular tint in the same shade? No. There are more subtle differences, like film coloring and tone. So something can look a little bit more black than something else, but just because it's ceramic does not mean that it blocks out more of anything except heat. And it's its main function. There's lots of like talking points, but some of them are a little fudged. It's more about like, you know, just having that one thing. It's really the main difference. I was pleasantly surprised with exterior color with the nicer film. So in my super dark windshield, the Pro Classic on the outside looked blacker than the 2.5 tint from Walmart. It was just super apparent. It was like, wow, that actually doesn't look like all that black. But it is still an option. Is it true that you can see out of ceramic easier? Unfortunately, no. I had an ad of you talking over a Ram 1500. What? Can you explain? Nope. Nope. So a lot of like TikTok said ceramic is clear from the inside, so it's clear. Yep. Well, it's like significantly more expensive. So like whatever shit you can make up about it, then the more likely you are to sell it. They'll say it'll look clearer, it'll look darker. More optically clear is kind of a funny one for me because, like, I guess not any dyed window film, but dyed is gonna be the most clear across the board because the biggest problem with cheap carbon or ceramic was they're hazy. So in a dyed film, have you ever heard anybody call it hazy? Probably not. Because it's not the same thing going on there. So the more that you put in a film, the more the harder it's going to be to see through. So there's got to be this good balance between protection or like material and just clarity. And you can't get hardly any more clear than just polyester and dye. Those are very transparent things. But you're taking something that's not transparent and then putting it down to nano-sized particles. So the smaller those particles, the clearer the film's going to be. What do I do on this? I gotta flip this under or something? I guess that kind of helps. Nice. It was like a live stream, but it said skip ad, and you were just live streaming over a Ram 1500. So I was like, wait, that's not a Lexus. What I missed? Then I hit skip, and it was live again. Huh, that is weird. Definitely not trying to advertise my channel. So if YouTube is promoting it in any way, that's super cool. But I don't think that's the case. I'm really annoyed because if anything, we've lost a handful of subs. It's like, no, it's getting closer, and then I drop by like 5. I'm like, dang. There we go. That's nice. This is their dash towel, by the way. It's obviously sun distributing. But I like the width of this. I like the thinness of it, and it's plushy, so it absorbs some water, but it's also like a thin plush. This is about as happy I've been with a dash towel as the one with the rope, but it doesn't have the rope, and that's a good thing because the rope just doesn't stay with the towel. It all breaks down, unfortunately. Where did you get? Sun distributing. Yeah, sun distributing. I always get curious about this. This is very different. This is like a screen printed thing. This is like printed into the towel. And I'm actually really impressed with the printing on it. So ceramic is more clear on the inside. No, it's not. It's plenty clear now. Like a good quality ceramic is plenty clear. You're not gonna have any issues with it. Dyed film, they didn't have clarity issues to overcome. So the next improvement was like, window film is window film. Let's make a longer lasting window film, one that's not gonna bubble or peel. So you have higher quality dyed window film. And then from there, okay, how else can we improve it? So you go from where it's at to, oh, look, we found these materials that will make it block out more heat. That sounds like a pretty effective upgrade, right? So then companies start working on that. But with the initial ones, they couldn't get the particles that they add to the film to be any smaller. So like they have Gen 1, and so it's like kind of hazy. Then companies come out with like Gen 2 or whatever. And now it's to a point where it's significantly more clear, but you're always adding stuff that was not clear. Your video comes first as an ad. That's kind of disturbing. I don't want that to happen. Or, I mean, I guess, so okay, here's the thought on it. It's not super, like, if you're gonna try and advertise your channel, just putting it as an ad, at least from what I've been told and can kind of imagine, it's not a cost-effective thing to do. So I guess it's not just, like, I guess it's not hurtful, but it's not really, like, effective. I don't know. I don't know how the hell it's getting promoted then. That's weird. Nobody told me that they're promoting my channel in any other way or something, so I would like to hear from whoever's doing that. I'm certainly not doing it. Because I'm serious, like, it actually, like, Ads are annoying and they skip over them. So it's just if you're going to spend thousands of dollars on YouTube advertising, it's kind of just like lighting the money on fire. Here we go. This is very weird to be facing this way on a windshield. It's fine, I just haven't done it in a while. It's probably secretly Eric from Tim with. It did pop to mind, but I don't want to say it. It could be. And it would be done out of, obviously, it's a very nice thing to do. But in case anybody else is interested in doing it for their own channel, save your money. Because it doesn't sound like it'd be a bad thing. I guess something that kind of reminds me of that is like follow for follow. Like every once in a while, one of those pops up in my Facebook groups, and I've just kind of let them be at this point. So like a follow for follow is like, hey, let's help each other out by everybody liking each other's businesses so it boosts our numbers. Problem is how the system works. So if you have 1,000 people and they all discovered you kind of like organically, they're more invested. They're more invested in your business, and chances are they're potential customers too, right? But if you are just like another tint shop across the country and you like somebody else's business page, it kind of hurts your discoverability, because Facebook, the way it works is, and like a lot of these platforms, is they release your video or post in stages. So you post something, you have 1,000 subscribers, it goes out to 1,000 people? No, it goes to a percentage of those people. And then based on what the people that are most likely to view it, then it goes out to more people. And that's how recommendation systems work as a whole. So when you get like a bunch of people that just click the subscribe button with no actual intention of watching your channel, they do it as like a thank you or something, it's just wasted numbers. It's like paying for views and stuff. Would you ever spend $2,000 for an espresso machine and shop? No. So, you said this a little earlier, but there's a paper cup by my Keurig machine, and it's happened more than once. So best I can figure is people want a cup of coffee, they go to look at my Keurig, and then they push a button and then it doesn't work because they didn't turn it on or anything. And then they just leave it and walk away. That's best I can figure out. Or there's a coffee ghost. One or the two. So a $2,000 espresso machine, I basically have to give espresso making lessons up front and so much more cleanup. No, it doesn't make sense. It would just be for me. It's a lot of work. Okay. Sorry, I have to do a little to think. I always do this on the passenger side. It's weird because I'm usually, like, the car's flipped around. So keep things oriented as normal as you can for everything while you're getting started. Because like if I go to the driver's side and I try and carry this in now, like I could still probably do it, but it'd probably appear way more messy than it would just doing it like normal, like I do all the vehicles. If I so I pick up my film and I just carry it into the car off the back window, peel the whole liner, carry it in. If I do that from the passenger side, oh, it's way more messy. Just not used to those hand motions, so. Where did you get the seat covers? I got those from Amazon. They have these super cool, like a couple different ones, like towel, basically like towel seat covers. I don't remember exactly what these ones were called, but I really like them because of how easy they are. So they're bright white towels. They have little grippies on the other side that kind of work, but not really. And the extra nice thing is just how easy they are to like throw over the seat. So they're just kind of extra big. You toss them, it grabs onto the headrest. It's like a hood, and then the rest of it just kind of like sits down. Where like all the plastic ones are like disposable, and that's cool, but they like stick to you. They shift around a lot. These ones are a little bit more easy for that. Really, really like this idea. So I couldn't, like, I was looking for like seat covers and stuff, and I couldn't find anything but like the big annoying dog ones for the back. They don't have these same towels, at least not in this way. So I couldn't find anything for the back. You could use it on like the passenger and the driver's sites, like rear seats, but then you got to get like a third one to throw in the middle. So it's like you could just get a bunch of them. But I was just hoping there'd be like one big one that you can kind of throw, and it's got a couple hoods and they stick to the headrest. But I guess that's just not been well received, if anybody's made one. But it's cool, all this extra these little things like, hey, how can we do this better? How can we do that better? I stumbled across these fields that I didn't even think about. Like, oh, what options do we have now for seat covers? I don't want to do the plastic ones. Just like for the tape for the doors, right? I don't want to do painter's tape. I hate that stuff. So like the seat covers for dealerships, like they're plastic and they make sense. You use them like once or twice. Like once per vehicle, obviously. But like, it's like how you use it. It's like you put them on, you get in the car, you're not working on the windshield, you're just getting in and sitting. So they make sense. You're doing lots of cars, so you want to do a fresh one in every car. Makes sense. For window tinting, it's like I'm working on the windshield, so I'm scooting around a bunch. And there's water. So finding like a big towel. Big towel makes a lot of sense, especially if it holds, like has enough overlap on the edge of the seats and it kind of grips. It's great. I'm a big fan. I always install the windshield from the passenger side to the driver's side. I'm going to try it from the driver's side to the passenger side. I was that way too. I thought it was crazy to be on the passenger side. And then somebody told me about it, made sense, decided to try it, and I'm doing this side. So my biggest hang up on reverse rolling a windshield is, yeah, we should just leave that alone until we get to it. So my biggest hang up, just a little guy. There's a little guy right here. I'm gonna take care of it, and then I'm gonna say what I'm trying to say. Haha, got right on the edge there. Got him. Got him. Yeah, so my biggest hang up is, oh, let's talk about something else. No, so if I'm unrolling from the passenger side to the driver's side, or I think it was sitting, maybe it was sitting. Okay, a couple of things. I was sitting in the driver's side, rolling from the driver's side to the passenger side, and the reason I like to start there, so maybe I misunderstood a little bit. The reason I like to start there, it's a little bit more pinchy here, but it's easier to get the liner out, in my opinion. So from this side, starting on the driver's side and rolling this way, it's always open here. So that kind of like the film can droop, and you have room to pull that liner. I would try and leave the whole thing on. And then the more I got towards the panel, it all bunches up here, and then you start working dirt in, increasing the film, trying to get the liner out. So I pull it from like here, and then just kind of like get it out, and then slide that front edge in. And I used to sit on the other side and do it this way. But the biggest issue is like that end. Getting to where you have to pull the liner out. And so I'd be all crammed up on this side and like stretching over here, and I couldn't get that angle. So everything's kind of like you tuck it in there and you move to where you're sitting. It made things turn out a lot better for me. So I was really, really helpful for that tip. Because it felt crazy to me. Like, I kind of want to be exactly where and place it and then continue. But it's like, if I could, I'd be here, get it where it needs to go, then leave it, and then jump to the other side and, like, halfway, but it'll fall, so. So on big trucks, it can be a little bit of a stretch, for sure. But it's also easier to get unrolling on a truck like that. Yay. See? Good. It came out. That's what we like to see. I love the ropes, and I still use them, but man, they drive me nuts if they pinch in the corners and then start pulling my film away. Thank you so much for the feedback. Love the content. Aw, thank you. You're welcome. I just try and do, like, this is the whole job, start to finish. So it's like, obviously, I want to do what works easiest and best for me. So if you kind of have a style similar to this, it's just like, I want to make my life easy too. So all these things kind of work towards that. I know you're not a fan of flax for your own reasons, but in quality, feel, shrink, and installation, how does it compare? Well, I haven't tried anything recently, so I couldn't really say anymore. Every film goes through changes. At the time, it genuinely was more frustrating. The biggest annoyance with it was like, it shrank a little slower, not a big deal. Overall, it wasn't that bad. It was just a little bit more touchy. But again, it's probably changed a lot since when I used it, because it would have been a while ago. But like this broad opinion of like a lot of the carbons, like a handful of years ago, you know, and some still act this way. Like carbon felt rubbery, it shrunk slower, and I think the biggest thing that would drive me crazy is how it would stick in like a random spot. It was like the most frustrating thing. So after you laid the film on the glass, you had to like smooth it out, because you could easily run into a spot that would grab the window, and it was rubbery, so it would just fold on itself. And then anytime you had like a little area that crinkled up, it didn't touch up very well at all. That's not exactly like a huge selling point, but it makes your life easier. Anytime that you can push out specs a little easier, or like heat out a little crease easier, like it's just little things that are nice bonuses, and it didn't quite do that. But the main thing was those pinch points. Haas streams with it. Oh yeah, ask him. He'll know better. He'll know way better. There's a lot of films that I'm not familiar with where they're at currently. But ask him if you ever had that happen. So like, for example, doing this windshield, and this would happen, like, you're kind of just like going through your day, everything's fine, it slips your mind a little bit, and then next thing you know, like, you're down to like the last corner. So let's say that's here, right? The film's been sitting on the glass a little bit. All of a sudden, it's wet, and then it's a little stuck here. Squeegee, everything's fine, and then it hits that spot, and then it folds right in the middle, and it just destroys your whole window. Couldn't tell you how frustrating that was. And then I also tucked doors differently because of it. I got used to installing another carbon, and I basically started tucking the film a little bit differently to compensate for that problem. So I used to just tuck all the film in, take my shank out, put it in my tool belt, and then just squeegee all the film in, and then take my card and swipe the bottom. Now, I hold back that seal during the entire tucking process, because there was points when you'd squeegee out the bottom, and oh no, it gets stuck on the seal a little bit, it's a little dry there, and then it folds on itself. So frustrating. So, I'm always like I'm a decent believer in like whatever you're, like if you're higher production, your film, you value a film that's easy to work with a little bit more. Something that like slides into place, shrinks quickly, very user friendly, because you're gonna be installing that way more, and you need to save a little bit of time if you're a higher production place. So workability is always like important, but on something that you're getting a higher dollar for, that should mean that you have a little bit more time and you can be a little bit more careful. So you can be a little bit less user-friendly on some of these bigger ones. But they've really caught up to the point where they all kind of install very similarly, as long as it's like a quality film. But they've all got their quirks. Even cheap films can install great. Don't get me wrong on that. Oh, no! I'm sorry, you need a 22 to 24-inch roll for the new Silverados. I was hoping you were going to say Ram. The GM and F-150s, so like Silverados and the Sierras, they all need a 24-inch roll. They used to be fine on a 20, and they made them taller. So you need a taller roll to accommodate for that, or you'll have a gap. I think you, like, okay, if you're stretching things, you can flip it a little angled, but you'll have like a little gap in one spot and a little gap in the other. So you can kind of get by, but it's not as good as just getting a bigger roll. Okay, we'll get a fresh towel for this. There's... You can get away with a 20 and quarter-inch roll? Yeah, measure it. See if they made it a little longer. Wow. RGC, I see your super chat. But I'm waiting for it to pop up. It's been like super weirdly slow today. RGC, thank you so much for the 10. Maybe it'll pop up. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with alerts. Some were coming in perfectly fine, and some were taking like a half an hour to show up. So it'll show up soon enough here. But RGC asked, a little earlier, hey, my man, where do you buy your film? I get it from GeoShield. Tint stuff. So you can get it from a few places. You can get it from mytintstuff.com. It drop ships directly through Geo. Or you can order it directly through Geo if you want to. Same price. Same price and everything. Just a couple different places to order it from. But recently found out. Oh. Salamat po. Aw, you're Filipino. I know that one. He said, thank you, Po. You're welcome, Po. So I've learned to tint watching you. I stuck to how you did it recently, found the Sharpie method, and I feel like that's better for me. Opinions? Heck yeah. Do what's more comfortable for you. I'm assuming you have like a glass board? My wife is. Mine too. That's super cool. But so back to that question. Yeah, do whatever feels more comfortable. Like this is where I don't understand the war between window tint or top loading and bottom loading, but it always seems like there's like, you know, if you bottom load, people are like, yeah, that's the best way. And it's like, it's a way. And then if you two-stage, it's like, that's a more universal approach to some of it too, and I like doing it that way, and that's how I learned, so that's why I stick to it. Hello, Tint Studio. Oh, that was weird. I don't know, there was a phone call that didn't get picked up. I gotta wipe this car down. We're pretty much at the end here. I feel guilty trying to Sharpie because I learned everything from you. You know how I learned? I learned from anybody and everybody. So I started with this way as a foundation, but there are things that I definitely picked up and improved on, like that I learned from everybody. So don't ever feel like you need to tint this way. Just do whatever is easier for you. I can totally see how doing the Sharpie method the right way with the glass board setup is awesome. We were talking about that a little bit earlier. So you don't have to tint like me. You just have to get it done. That's the goal. You're not here to impress me. You're here to impress your customers. Any way you can achieve that, by all means, do it that way. But I always have my 2 cents on everything that people ask me about because it's just developed from my own experience. And, you know, for taking door panels apart, I've said quite a few times, if you're coming from like a mechanical 12-volt background, taking apart door panels all day, every day, you have to do it anyways. Like, it's no big deal. So therefore, that makes the tint part easier. And then if you just like don't feel comfortable with it, well, here is a more universal approach to it all. So I just learned this way. This is from my foundation. So everything that I do kind of leans towards this. There's arguments for doing it this way on the channel too. Oh my God. There it is.
RGC super chatted $9.99.
Is it gonna do it twice though? Holy shit, that took so long. Wow, alerts have never taken that long. Congrats, you get the record for most delayed. I didn't even have to do anything. It just eventually like woke up like, yeah, it didn't have its coffee today. That was great. What do I need? Do I have a towel? Did I use the last one out of that bag? No, I didn't. I still have a couple more here. So, yeah, just you do you. Don't worry about me. 18. Okay. Just, you get enough to worry about with your own business, whatever's more comfortable. No big deal. I hate the like, somebody posts one way to do it, and if you don't have anything to like contribute to it, or you want to just say something contrarian because you do it a different way, it's just like, I get so tired of that. At the end of the day, how clean was the window? How good was the installation? Did it save you time? that's what really counts here. And I'm always on the lookout for stuff that you figure out before I do, which is arguably a whole hell of a lot. Learn a whole hell of a lot from other people. I pick up something here or there, I share it, and then I'm always watching other people and be like, I didn't think to do that way. I'm gonna start doing that. Because why not? It's not, I'm a very neutral person. Whatever works is best. Like, whatever seems to just work for you the best, that's the best. Because, like, why wouldn't you do what's best for you? Like, yeah, some people get wrapped up in big egos and stuff, but they're just, like, shortchanging themselves. So, for pulling seals, there are probably some cars it would be healthy for me to just take the time to learn. Because they're like super quick, super easy, and they would make that particular car easier. But generally speaking, for me, a lot of those cars were easy for me to tint anyways. So to do something to make it easier in a different way, just doesn't matter as much. It's kind of like, what's the risk there? Same thing with plotters. If somebody uses a plotter and they're like, you know, lots and lots of shops use them. Some shops will cut things out on a plotter and then they'll put it on the glass and then they'll redo the top edge. And then there you go. You have a great pattern, covered everything, and you have a factory fresh top edge. That's awesome. Me, I'm a little jaded for paying for software and then have to literally fix the patterns out of the machine. So, I don't know. But if you're in a higher production environment, you're doing like a lot of cars, then that's one thing. Oh yeah, higher production. You kind of need to take some of those compromises really. Take Matt's technique and make it your own. Heck yeah. I didn't come with all this out of the blue. This was never my technique to begin with. This was just like mostly something that's been around for a long time, a pretty familiar style in this state anyways. You start to see more differences the farther down south you go. So it's like this is kind of like a more Michigan or northern approach to it. Like, that's not to say people out of state don't do this exactly this way and haven't been doing it for years. It's just like a lot of other people that I would see, we all tinted very similarly. We'd have a few like key differences, but this was very common to see from like one person to the next. So you just start to think like, this is how you tint. This is it. But then you look at video examples from other parts around the country and you're like, oh, I didn't think of that. I didn't think of this. And then you start to figure out like, they're onto something there. I'm gonna start doing a little bit of that with what I do. It's all good. All right, now the not so good part. I gotta figure out how to put the seal back in. I know how to do it, and I've done it, but I don't like to. I like when it's all done. So, both of those are down. We could leave it without the seals. You know, 22 Lexus. It's ready to go. Yep, all good. Now we're obviously going to put this back in. Smell that new car scent. Okay, so this goes up. We got that little push pin to put back in it. I don't take out like a ton of seals, so this part is always kind of awkward for me. Just getting it in place. So the flexible ones are a little bit easier to get in place. These ones are, oh shit. How does this one go? This should slide back in here. It's just got to be oriented right. There we go. That's how it goes. But you just gotta like hook it. So you have that like metal frame. Start at the front, get it worked in. Felt goes place. Yes. No, it's like the door panel wants to like push back this way, and you need to like pull it because there's a whole lot of stuff that needs to go in here. So on some cars, it's totally fine. There we go. This one wasn't bad. Just sometimes I think on the Lincolns, like the Continental was one of the ones I had such an annoying time with. Okay, there we go. We're in. Everything's good. Heck yeah, that's what we like to see. The Kia K5, that was one that was like ultra annoying in a way. It's just like, just trying to get that thing in there, I can't get it. It was one of those. So this one, not bad. Keep it out this way. And then bending this back a little bit more. Aha! That helps free up some space. Then just kind of coast it along. Get to the part. No! All right, hang on. Let me get this thing back on. I'm trying to plug in a brake light. There we go. Get that lined up. Wait till you get a 22 Hyundai Sonata. Oh, I might never know with that one because chances are I won't feel the need to take it out. This is taken out for a good reason. So there's probably a lot of those cars that I just don't have to worry about. But that's kind of funny. This, I just noticed, it clips in very similar to the older ones, but the clips are, at least from the glass app, you have to take them apart. Super not fun. That's kind of funny. Why is this being weird? Okay, there we go. All right, let's start this guy back up. Key knock detected. Are they power mirrors? They might be. Oh, it flipped back. Why did it do that? Yeah, they are. Okay, should be good. I'll check it. We roll up. And then we roll that one up. Heck yeah. There we go. You were right. Hit the switches. You know, I'd been through this one time, and it was really strange. I don't even think it was the same, but like I freaked out. I like, you can push the mirrors out of the way on like every vehicle that I've ever come across, and there's this truck that I pushed back really easily, no problem. And then I like put it back, and then it started doing this little like wiggle, 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 and I'm like, what the fuck? And I don't know if it was turned on the car and they were power mirrors and all of a sudden they just sorted themselves out. I thought there was like a tab or something on there that just needs to like come back up. But yeah, it was just like wiggle, wiggle. But like you'd go through a car wash and they push, like they're made to do that, right? They're, like something swings from a car wash or something, they can put them back. So I've done that on so many cars. So I'd be really sad if that caused a problem, but it looks like they're good. They are good. Doesn't look like it. They are good. These are all those things that you kind of learn passively. Sometimes you have to go through those mistakes. Or sometimes you're working at a shop and then somebody screws it up and you're like, now I know. Sometimes you're watching a YouTube video and then stuff happens. That's why join the group and just keep an eye out. You never know. Like, I got clued in on the Rams so early because there were like a handful of people that got them well before me, and they're like, hey, does anybody have problems with these Rams yet? And so when it's super early, people are like, you should have used a towel. And people would say like, yeah, I've done a ton of cars, dumbass. Yes, I know. I'm asking, has anybody else? Not, teach me how to tint. But then other people start running into the same issue, and then you're like, oh, okay. Yeah, this is something I need to watch out for. And then like with the Model 3s, I looked at those back windows and like, I don't know how I'm going to do this one. But I didn't get one till later after people had already figured it out. So then I'm like, oh, I'll just do it that way. Cool. Good stuff. So now I know with power folding mirrors, 21 to 22, it's good to know. But we are good. We have all the sides in the back tinted. We have successfully bottom loaded and also installed the seal. Everything else looks super good. I'm very happy with this one. This one's just nice and easy, stress-free. We even plotter cut some quarter windows with no problems. We have the car on right now. Is there any check engine lights to ruin my day? Nope. The lights are good too. Heck yeah. What else can go wrong? I think we did it. I think we did it all live. Look, we even have a key tag. Nice. Looks awesome. So that's 50% on the windshield, 20% on all the rest. Whew. This looks good. I'm very, very happy with this one. Very clean and just all around nice, easy, really straightforward car to do anyways. So I'm not gonna say anything like I didn't have any advantages on it being harder or whatever. It was really straightforward. My glass board is a large home goods mirror. Nice. I've seen people get sliding doors off of Craigslist because, you know, it's a big just piece of glass. It's just anything you can cut on. Does the job. Work on getting something, I don't know, it probably looks great. Canon. Be scrappy. There's so, wow, that is just, I gotta go get a haircut. Maybe we can do that tomorrow. I want to show you something. Woof. Good stuff. But yeah, be scrappy. Anything that you can do to make your life easier, do it. We got a big wave going on right now. Ever thought of playing in the NBA? Do I seem tall? Or just scrappy? Whoa. Dang. That is a commitment. With the T. Dang, this is what David just got. Oh, wait, hang on, that's really glary. You see, he got the Tinter logo with the TM. Look, they did the little TM. Oh, God, light. Got the little TM on there, too. Awesome. That is commitment there. If I shift 1 inch, you should share that with the Facebook group too if you haven't. If I shift 1 inch on the bottom, is that too much? No, it really just depends on the car. Jason said, it's all good, just make sure you have the TM. Wow. I would have just said, go ham. Make sure the trademark is on there. So funny. I'm going to share it after my mom discovers it. Uh-oh. Yeah, so as far as like how much film to leave on the bottom for tucking it in, you can cut it, you can drag it an inch down. The more film that you have to drag down, but I'm reading some of these. So the farther down you go, the more annoyance that there is, like when you have the seal there. So it's just, you make it harder on yourself. But on some cars, this mostly goes for like Lexus, BMW, cars that have little more tolerant or tighter tolerances. They have like what I'd call like a double seal here. So imagine this is that felt seal at the bottom, and then the window comes straight down here. So like there's the first seal, and then there's this second one right here, and both of those are little opportunities to like catch the film. So you get below the first one, but you might be riding that right in between the second one if you cut it a little bit short. So it's healthy to go longer so you avoid all of those. But as long as that film is really flush against the glass, then it should still be able to go by that and not have any problems. Like think of a Sirius XM sticker on the door window. That's not tucked into the seals, and those never peel. So that's the thing. Patrick told him free DSP for life if he gets a DSP tattoo. I appreciate that level of commitment, but I wouldn't never put that on somebody. I don't know. I don't have any tint tattoos. DSP tattoos is in the works. You gotta live with it. So you better love that product, and you better hope he makes that forever. 'Cause 10 years from now, it could be done, and you better be proud of that. It's like when it's just kind of funny. Where did you get that squeegee that you used for the outside of the windshield? It's gonna make its way into the tint theme sleeve. Oh, okay. So it's not just like one-off logo. That's kind of cool. Or that's cool. You know what I mean? That's just where mine goes. But look, I literally don't have any. I don't have tattoos, so I can appreciate them, but I don't have one. So this squeegee, this is just a lid bin squeegee. You can find these in like cleaning section in like Walmart and stuff. Just a very popular cleaning supply brand. Like just you've probably seen them and not even thought about them. They also sell these on Walmart, so just search. They sell them on Amazon in like a 2-pack. So just search lid bin squeegee and you'll find it really quick. Just dropping in when you're cutting out their names. Soon as I get the software to do it, so I just got the Workhorse 2, and I'm to be honest, like we've got the window tinting softwares, but I'm wondering what I can use just to like cut out a name, because I can't do that with Film Cut. So as soon as I get that, then we'll be doing names. So soon. What's up, Jay? I talk the same way, kind of cool. Big old Tinter logo for my first one. What's the difference? You know, I'm not entirely sure. It just showed up at my door. desktop. So I think the Workhorse is out of stock. Maybe it's in stock now. Oh, I guess it's back. So for $1,600, you can get the Workhorse. This is the one that I was using today. And then they have the Workhorse 2, which he said just is a, oh, they make it in a 64, much bigger. Brings reliability, accuracy, and efficiency. Oh, here we go. This. How does the Workhorse 2 compare to the Workhorse 1? Heavier construction, wider cross-section, more rigid frame, reduced deflection, enhanced carriage design, flip up top for easy access, more precise. So it's really like a precision. It's a precision upgrade. So if you're using one versus the other, it's those subtle differences. How much of a difference? I don't know. I'll have to check it out. I don't think if you have the Workhorse 1, just spitballing here, I doubt if you had the Workhorse 1, you would have to consider the Workhorse 2. It's probably like one of those year-by-year updates. I was just annoyed because they sent me the 1, and then they're like, the Workhorse 2 is amazing! And I'm like, yeah, but you just gave me this one. So I'll have to check it out. We'll do an unboxing. We'll check it out. We'll set it up. And we'll figure out some of those differences. So for me, I don't think they changed the roller positions. That's kind of like a big one for me. So like a 36, you got to put like here and here. And then a 40, you got to put like here and here. So it's a lot of like back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. And then if the settings menus didn't change, that's kind of another thing that like should have been adjusted. But it's probably a little was coming out already, and they didn't consider that. But it's a vinyl machine. It's at its heart a vinyl machine. That's why it's got so many rollers on it. So we're literally taking cheaper machines and getting them to do something with a little bit more precision. And they can do it, but it obviously comes at a cost, right? It's cheaper. They have to reduce cost somewhere. So this one's a little bit more expensive. You get a little bit more upgrade. I mean, the difference is what, like $400? So, you know, you'd have to spend a little bit more money to get a significant update. They are working on their own custom plotter, though. That's in this, I don't know, pretty in line with this pricing, but it's going to be custom to them, and they're making all like those little adjustments that I talked about, which is super cool. The brown pads, what are they? Oh, the brown pads, these are tri-edge scrub-it pads. So there's brown, and then there's blue or tan and blue. They're just glass-safe scrub pads, good for cleaning. Like an all-around scrub, because you can't use just like a rough Scotch-Brite. You'll scratch the glass, so you need something that's glass-safe. Kmart, if it fits, it ships. How much is the software? 85. 85 per month on the low end. You can spend like $250 for like computer cut, which to be honest is well worth it. It's well worth it. If the patterns line up for you, that's all that matters. That's its main job. Everything else is extra. So as long as the patterns are good, which I've been pleasantly surprised with Film Cut. Their patterns are pretty great. There's a couple of times where they haven't been as close, and then I couldn't make the adjustments in the software itself. So that's been kind of frustrating. But they are working on like resizing patterns and a handful of other things. So pull on cut was a big one, and it does that now. So I'm glad to see those improvements. It's just when you see what's already out there, you're kind of like, huh, I wonder why this wasn't here with so many patterns before. So I don't know. Do you recommend to have 2 hoses for the keg? If it's always going to be in one place, yes. Or so you could pop one hose off and then mobile take it with you. So it's good to have, but it depends on where you're going to use it. If you're always going to be mobile with it, you don't need it. But if it's really good to like put in the corner of the car, and then you just have one on each side, so you're not dragging around the hose. So I do recommend it for a more stationary setup. I like my Red Bull and my Red Dot, too broke for a plotter at the moment. It's because you drink too much Red Bull then. Save money on Red Bull and buy a plotter. The plotter isn't, like, it's a tool that, yeah, you don't need it, but it's a tool that is helpful as you start growing. So it's like where you feel like you can save some time, that is where it's effective, but it's most effective for a business that it just has a nice workflow. You've got like a couple tinters or like a tinter and an assistant, and then you're happy with the patterns that it's pumping out. That's when it's worth getting a plotter because you're speeding up your own production. So if you're a sole tinter, you hire somebody, you have them cut out cars on the plotter, and then you worry about installing it. And then you finish tinting the car, you have the assistant clean up the car, pull it out, pull in the other one, cut patterns. You like get this back and forth workflow where it's just the machine keeps churning all day. Where without it, one tinter, just doing no plotter, you see how things go. With a plotter, I'm still spending time cutting things out on the plotter, putting them on glass boards, weeding them, doing things that aren't putting tint on glass. So when you get a more low-level employee to kind of help out with those things, it makes a lot more sense. Yep, with volume increases, absolutely. Less Red Bull, more. Yep. Do you think you'll ever use the door patterns? No, maybe. It just doesn't fit. Okay, so when I say that, it's like everybody is staring at that door when I'm tinting it. So if something's like a little shyer than I want it to be, then I'm recutting a pattern out and redoing it. And it's just real consistent with hand cutting, right? And then there's like this kind of like an artisan feel to it. Like you're just seeing somebody tint a car that is just being very particular about it all. So that's kind of why it's set up like this. We have that time to do it. So it doesn't make a ton of sense to like try and cheat out some time through a plotter for the front or back doors over that little difference right there. It's going to be a similar time frame. I like to show that type of nuance to while it's getting done, but it makes all the sense in the world for like the back glass and the quarters, right? Those are all hidden edges, and as long as they line up really good, then you're fine. I could have a jagged edge all down the side on the back window, but as long as it's, it's all covered to your light gaps, you're never gonna know. So those little differences are totally fine. Or like what you say, one size fits all or custom cut to your car. Yeah, that's really the biggest difference. And as long as all the glass is good and that pattern comes real close to the edge, then you're fine. I've just found for most softwares, there's times where it really excels at just all lining up on a particular car or a good number of cars. And then I've seen, and the differences that I'm talking about are little. They'll like all of a sudden leave like an 1/8 inch gap on the back edge. And it's like, I don't want to let that go. Would it be fine? Probably. It's all tucked up there. They're tickled with the rest of the tint job, and then it's just shy in a couple spots. You're fine. But when you're showing that in this context, it doesn't make sense anymore. It's just, I don't want to feel like customers all excited, they're watching, then somebody in chat is like, hey, that looked a little shy. And I'm like, yeah, it's no big deal. And then the customer's watching that, and what do you think they're going to see? So it just doesn't make sense for me. Some people love to hear computer cut, panic over the blade on the car. Mm-hmm. It's how you market. You can do things a number of different ways. People will take apart cars, and they might even brag about it. It's just how you frame it. Doing a Sharpie, doing your top edge there, taking it over to glass boards, cutting all that out that way, or computer cutting it, it removes the blade from the car. It removes that risk. You're right. People would be more comfortable with something like that. But I'll tell you, in the grand scheme of things, I could pick out 0 times, maybe once, maybe twice. I don't know. I can't remember comments on, hey, you put a blade towards my car, I'm really nervous. What I would get is you spray too much water on the car, so then we started covering things up, using towels more. And cutting corners on the glass boards just as an extra precaution, but then they see like the care that I'm putting into it with like glass aid on the back. That one's never been really strong. So it's mostly like taking the car apart, and too much water. Those have been like the main ones. But yeah, if you take that extra care with like using a Sharpie and you say like, I don't like putting blades on cards, so I cut things out on plotters, and doing it on a Sharpie, your customers will be stoked. It shows a level of care. Yeah, everyone's just a brick over water. Yeah, I'm not even super stoked on that too. But there's nothing else I can do. Why don't you advertise on Google that you live stream to your customers' cars to feel like there's an advantage over other shops? People read through reviews and then they find out that way. That's one way that happens. It's kind of hard to advertise broadly through Google, like through Maps specifically, because like they don't let me post videos and stuff. So they will let me do like Google My Business picture posts and whatnot, but nothing that has to do with like videos or whatever. So it's kind of just like you look like a business through everybody else, and then if they click through to like your website, that's when they learn that there's a difference here. But just, I haven't really thought of, it could work. It might be worth a shot. I just didn't think it felt very strong to say like, we live stream your car, or I live stream lots of cars, like through just a direct Google ad. But putting it in a place, like I have done that on Facebook. And I'll be honest, the longer format videos didn't do well on Facebook ads, because I used to like boost live streams on Facebook, but that didn't do so well. The shorter to the point videos, like I did like a 10-minute carbon one, and I paid to promote that through Facebook. That one did pretty well overall, but there's a lot of like annoying leads. Let me take a picture of this, and I gotta call the guy. Let me just make sure everything else is cool. It's been pretty slow. It's been pretty slow on the notifications, so that is good. Oops, camera. So how do I do this? All right, one sec. Ooh, I'm gonna put this back. Hello, Tint Studio. How can I help you? No, I'm all booked up. I could get you in like Monday morning. That's as soon as I could do it. Mm-hmm. 10 o'clock. Yeah, for sure. Front door appointments are pretty quick in and out. Like it'll take usually up to an hour. What kind of vehicle is it? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's no problem. That would be right around then. If I can take down a name and a number, I can send you to our booking page. We do take a $40 deposit on all appointments, but that goes right towards the balance. So it'd be 40 today, and then 60 out the door on Monday. Okay, first name. Okay, and phone number, real quick. Okay. So I got that marked down. So I'll go ahead and shoot you a text that'll take you over to a website. So once I get that deposit, you'll be all set for Monday at 10 o'clock. All righty. Do you have any other questions? .528 North Main. No, it's 5580 Gatewood in Sterling Heights. I don't know where that address came from then. I have a lead generator site, like a company that's working on a couple sites to boost some leads here. So the business is actually Detroit Tint Studio, but the I don't know why the address would be listed as that. Oh, okay. So I might be too far from you. Okay, I'm sorry to hear that. All right, no problem. Have a good one. See, that is the problem with the lead generator site that's set up this way. It's like, it's confusing. It's just disassociation with a brand. It's just, kind of drives me a little crazy sometimes. But it's worked. But there's been a reason why it's been frustrating. Because it's like literally like had the whole thing scheduled and then it's like, oh, you're too far. Because he's like even farther than that. And I'm like, oh. Are you actually booked this weekend or you take it off? No, we'll be back tomorrow. We got an appointment this Saturday. We got an appointment next Saturday. There's business there. New in the business, what payment processor do you use? Let me send this guy a quick message that his car is done. Zettel right now. There's a whole bunch of them. I should have given Square a fair shake first. No, not Square. Like Stripe. Stripe seems pretty easy too, but Zettel is what I'm using right now. I can explain it. What is it? Let me check my schedule, and then shoot this guy a message with the picture of his car all done. I always like doing that. Because it's like, things are all pretty in here. So when their car's done, I then take a picture of it. And then you just take a picture, send it to them, and let them know it's all set. Okay, here. Okay, there it is. Your Lexus is all set. Oh yeah, turned out great. And then grab the picture. I think he's going to be really, really happy with it. So I'll wait to hear back really quick. Can't remember what you said about them a while back, but we would be selling the tool sharpener squeegee blades. So I got like the vise set up over there, but the little like blue hard card sharpener, Sun Distributing. I hate when it doesn't work. Sun Distributing. There it is. There's a link. You can find it on their site. It's like a little blue hard card sharpener. I don't know if that's what you're talking about, but definitely not selling like the vise. That was kind of like I got on that video. There's like links in the description that'll show you exactly what I used. It's like $40, $45 or something for the vise. You can use any vise, and then some brackets, and you're good to go. For a beginner, do you recommend a lower end film to get customers and then upgrade after some time? I feel like it's hard to start off with high end films as a beginner. As a beginner, I recommend practicing with something a little less expensive, and then trying something. When you're taking customers, use something that's a decent quality that you can stand behind, because your early years really set the tone for your future. Sounds deep, right? Okay, so we're gonna take a little detour here. So Tint Depot, that is one reason I really like them. Do it yourself, tinting school. Oh, okay. I see what it is. Okay, so wait, I wonder if they have a Tint Studio one too, or is it Tint Stuff? Aha! So it is under Tint Stuff. So like this is a whole list of basically tools I recommend and I use, and you can find on Tint Depot, and then also like Sun Distributing has a good list too. But the thing is, Sun Distributing has like very well branded films and something that you would want as an established business. And Tint Depot definitely has good films that you can use in a professional business. The only gripe I have is kind of like the branding. Is like, I like things to sound a little bit more professional, or have a little bit more mystery around when you're holding it as a brand, like, you know, whether that be like Lumar or Suntech or like Global or like any of those, right? Like you're using like a good quality film, GeoShield, and it's like you go to like GeoShield USA.com. You go to GeoShield and look, like there's a dealer portal. You can find a dealer and see where all the things are, like where all the businesses are, right? Like it's not a retail store. Tint Depot is a retail store that has quality films attached to it. So that being said, you can find nice in-between films here, like mid-grade, 5-year warranty. And so you can install a good film, have a good experience, and something that you can kind of stand behind as you're kind of working your way up. But that's more what I would say is for like practice type stuff. But if you just want to like continue with them, you absolutely can. But if we like, okay, let's do a comparison here. Let's take Superior Charcoal, which is a film I would 100% stand behind. Let's do a 36 by 100 because that's what I would actually order, and let's do that in 20% just because it's a number. So what does that cost? $219. So let's bring up a calculator. I can tint about 8 cars out of that roll, like without a windshield. So let's say average $220 a car. I mean, here I'll charge I was charging like $240. I'm bumping that up to like $280 or whatever. But let's just go off of my old pricing. Let's say $240 a car times 8. So that's $1,920 profit, or like total gross, minus $219.45. So I net $1,700 minus cost of tools and whatever else I'm using, right? So obviously, like, you know, if you have them, that's not costing you more money. You have like a little bit of soap. You have some disposable stuff like plastic and whatnot, but just sheer film cost. That's where you're at. I wish I could bring up another calculator. Wow, don't do that one. Save. He's not coming here anyways. Shit. Okay. So that's 1,755. So that's gross. I should do that in different. But now let's go to like the most Lexan Tint. So let's go here, and this is what most people ask me about. If they were to ask me about a more professional film or a less professional film, they would ask me at that. So they have carbon and ceramics. They don't have any dyed films, so we're already in a different category. But let's just say the main premium carbon pure max. Let's just do the one people are asking me about first. Like, let's give this a fair shake. So we'll go with the premium carbon, which is the one I reviewed quite a long time ago. 36 by 100. Again, same size roll. We can do 8 cars. So you take 107.95, because it's not 108, it's 107, times 8 cars. So that's a film cost of $863. And then you take that $863 and then divide that by 8. No, what am I doing wrong here? Oh, no, sorry. I am so dumb right now. 107.95. And then we're going to multiply that by, God, why am I having such a brain fart here? So we have $107. You can do 8 cars. So divided by, I'm hearing chat in my head. I can't math right now. I just did it before. 8 cars. Oh, no. I'm doing this all wrong. So you have, you have, let's say, a cheaper price, right? So $240-ish. Let's say you're charging the same price, but that is not what this is for. Let's say you're charging like, I don't know, $150, $180 per car. What are you losing out on? So multiply this again by 8, and then minus your 107.95. So $1,800 here. .05. So this was basically the film cost here. This was the film cost here, and then this is kind of the gross. The difference between these numbers is so little. It's $112, but the film cost double. That's where this, like, it really starts to break down that it doesn't matter that much. So you can do 8 cars. That would be like 107. Sorry, this is where I got confused. 107.95 divided by 8 cars. So this is how much that costs you with Lexan per car. $13.49. Cost you $13.50, and then you made, I don't know, like $200, right? A little more than that. You like charge you feel like you can charge like $150 and be on top of the world with something like that. But what did Tint Depot's film cost you? Again, that was $219.45. So $219.45 divided by 8. Material cost $27.43. Where's my notepad? So here we should put gross up here. But 27.43. What is the material cost difference from one to the other? That is the real question. Minus 1349 equals 1394. It was double the price, yeah, but in terms of sheer cost, 2743. So when people come at me and they're like, I can save half my film cost with it, the real question is like, what are you charging? So if you're charging $180 per car, and you do 8 cars with that, you've made $14.40. And the film cost felt relatively minimal because it was like $100-ish for the roll. But what did you lose? So that's $14.40. Basically, what is it? Like $180 per car. And you know, you had the business, but if you do the same amount at 240 times 8 cars, you're at 1920 minus your film cost, you're at 1700. So it's just, it makes all the sense in the world to spend a little bit more money, charge a more premium price, and you'd be way happier for it. Because when you're undercharging, it's not the film cost. It's what at the end of the day, what are you making? So if you're still installing Lexan and you're charging $250 per car, then there's no difference there. But the bigger part is you're losing more per car by undercharging and keeping a cheaper film, and you're adding more risk to your business than just bumping up a little bit and then installing a more premium film that you feel confident in. Because again, if you're charging the same amount of price, then it doesn't matter, you're just taking on more risk. What's the calculation for the cost per car? I was getting a little confused. So cost per car is essentially like take a 36-inch roll of film by 100 feet or any other roll, and just like on average, I can do about 8 cars out of a 36-inch roll. With a 60-inch roll, it's like a 36, and then like a 24, I can do about 12 cars. So that's basically what you're making. So you spend $219 on the roll, and then divide that by the 8 cars that you're doing, and that's your material cost with no mistakes. $27.37 on average. And then Lexan is basically half of that. So then you're at like what, $13.49 per car. So essentially, all you're saving is like across the board. You're saving like $100. Like literally, out of those 8 cars, you're saving $100. But where it really matters is what are you charging for those 8 cars. So if you're charging like $180, $200, like even if you're like $200 for Lexan, $240 for like a color stable, something you feel a little bit more comfortable in. Because the biggest thing is when people buy cheap film, they charge cheap prices. They don't charge expensive prices and buy cheap film. You can absolutely do it that way. You just take on more risk. $240. So take that off the top. You save $100. But what are you really losing per car? Sorry, this is where I'm catching up with myself. So times 8, again, is $19.20. So that's gross without film cost. So $19.20 in profit off of $240. And then let's say $200 to make it even closer. It's a $40 difference. Times 8 cars, $1,600. So you can see the farther you go, I saved $100. What did I do to my overall revenue? I lost $19.20 minus $1,600. What's the difference there? $320. So the difference in the film was $100. But spread out, $200 to $240, I lost $320 right there. Crazy. So the farther out that you get, and that's putting them really close. Like that's putting it at $200 to $240, which arguably is pretty insignificant. You usually are going to stretch that out. So I hear people $150, $200, $100. You know, if I do like $150, $160 times 8 cars, that's $1,200. But if I had $240 per car, that's $19.20. So the film cost is basically insignificant. You could get the film for free, and you're still losing money by charging less. The problem is just like overall what you're charging, not the film cost here. So that is something I want to break down. Those little dollars can add up, and I get it. You know, if you can only get $150, $200 a car, you know, you definitely want to shoot for more than that. But the difference is like the film The film is not the important part. It's like your business as a whole there. That adds up to those sales. That's what you need to work on, not saving some money with some film. $2 for the car, $100 an hour. Yep. Yep. There's good margins in film. Hey, Matt, I'm from the Detroit area. What shops do you know of that use high-end film? Maybe this one. My dad's shop, Tint City. God, there's a whole bunch. There's a whole bunch that use, like, that have anywhere in between. Just search, like, window tinting. You'll find a bunch of shops. There'll be a bunch that have film, like Tint City, Tint Squad out in Waterford. You know, there's the Midnight over in Troy. There's any number of good shops that actually use good film around here. Is 35% sides and rear windows safe? Yeah, like it's really easy to see out of. So the darker you go, the harder it is to see out of. But like, you know, even 20, 15, that's pretty easy to see out of. 5% is fine during the day. It's just when it gets to nighttime. Tint City is half a mile away from me, and that's where I took my car. That is my dad's shop, actually. So if you get like an inexpensive job there, they sell cheap film too. But if you go higher up in the spectrum, they have really good quality films too. Your brother is the tinter at your dad's shop? Yes. Yes, he is. Not the only one, but the main one. He runs that place now. Not the counter, but the back. People are afraid of him for good reason. He's really good. He's been doing it a long time now. He's not one to be on camera, though. Yeah, so I don't know where this guy is. He probably knows. I'll call him again, double check everything. Hey, is it Matt from the Tint Studio? Good. Did you get my text? Okay, sounds good. Just wanted to make sure you got it. You're welcome. All right, I'll see you soon. Bye. Cool. All right, let me take this guy up quick. I gotta tint whiz this thing. Tint whiz it up. I can't. No. Yes and no. Honestly, it's just because like what we just talked about with Lexan, right? It's like I have this cheap option for people that just want tint. It depends on how hard you want to lean on that. So I don't want to tell you how to run your business, but this is just a perspective that I heard. So like, you know, you got to do what you got to do to like make some money and get by, and there would be busy times, there'll be slow times. So it can be what? Hang on, I'm still trying to type with this guy too. I'll get to the question in just a second. I have to do the alphabet in my head while I'm still talking. So this is an ES250. 250, create project. So this is add application areas, full vehicle. Pro Classic 20, save and new, and then we got full windshield in Classic, Pro Classic 50. So close. Cool. As far as price goes, what did I quote this guy? I think it might be. Okay. All right, where are we at? That way that's all typed up, so when he gets here, it's just quick in and out. Please spell GeoShield, not GeoShield. That's always funny. Like, names have to be, like, there's always going to be that. Sometimes autocorrect, too. Is that RGC? Super chatted 5? Thank you. I don't know if I shouted it out or anything, but I must have been tuned out. The notification hasn't come through yet? Oh, okay. What a bummer. All right, it took a long time from before. It'll hopefully come through, maybe in an hour. Okay, what was the other question? Okay. Oh, it was the question. Oh, be nice. Do you think it's a good idea, it's a good option to offer dyed carbon and ceramic in Geo, and then also have cheap option with a low-end film for people who just want to tint? It's a loaded question, and there's like, giving discounts at the beginning and being scrappy just to get in some business, to start getting referrals. But then just keep in mind that your pricing early on starts to set the tone for your future business. So if you just like lean on that a lot, you're going to be hurting yourself in the future, because any one of your clients then turns into a referral. But I understand, like, you got to do what you got to do to like get by, and if it's just not working for you, then just trying to get some more traffic in is helpful, right? Because like getting something is better than nothing. But just like we were talking about with like film pricing, when you have a cheap roll of film, you're kind of shooting yourself in the foot with also charging like a cheap price. So what you're going for is clients that will help you build your business, and it takes time. So my 2 cents are, you can leave that film hanging around, but at the end of the day, from one film to the other, like literally, like the films that we talked about, it's like a $15 difference between one film to the next. Like it was like 13 and some change. So is that really gonna like make the difference per car? No, it's not. You just gotta, like, do you think at $150 you couldn't charge like the difference there and charge like 170, 180? Like then you're easily like in that one car, you brand, yeah, it's just doesn't make as much sense. I just got a couple of different price increases, notifications. Price increases will be steep this year. Oof, inflation. I don't blame you. That's just kind of how this goes. It's been. They want my leg for what? $13 difference, not with GeoShield. They want my leg for roll of tint. What do you mean? Like just customers beating you up about price? Got to advertise a little different if that's the case. But there are, Okay, so there are differences in areas too. So like the Metro Detroit area up in the north is just a little bit busier. Shops around here generally charge a little bit more, but our living expenses are up too. So if you're kind of like, like for example, like house rent for me right now is like $1,800. That's kind of what apartment rent was too for a little bit. It's steep. And then in some places, shit, you can rent way cheaper than that. So it's just cost of living varies, so income varies. So some of that, your dollar goes farther in other places too. Your logo is in the works for the branding, Tinter logo. It's the only start. We have Sun Distributing, Tinter, and DSP. Wow, you are just getting all sorts of brands on your arm. Sun Distributing is going to be there. Avery was 20%. Holy shit. Wow, that is a steep increase. Damn. Logistics. The logistics could be like a whole nother thing. Oh my God. I've heard plenty. It's no joke. It's like I heard stuff as silly as like boxes. It's just hard to get paper. It's literally hard to get the cardboard for the boxes right now. Everything is just, I would have thought we'd be at the tail end of it, like at the beginning. But yeah, I'll just fight my customers if they don't want to pay GeoShield prices. So this is just kind of broad, but it's how you present and advertise yourself, and then start one by one getting those nicer clients, and then kind of weeding yourself out. And part of that is just being a good shop, providing good customer service, and just slowly making headway, and you'll get there. But it is like you can be the most amazing shop in your area. You can charge what you feel is appropriate, and honestly, just charging cheaper prices doesn't get loyal customers. It just gets more, like if you have lots of inquiries, it can just get lots of cheap customers. But I can't, like I've seen that time and time again where shop was charging less and less and less. Like they would hear, like we were like $240, and then it was like they said we want to be at $220, we want to be at $199, and then they would still be slow because it's just they didn't grow their business in a positive way. It was just cheap. If you're still having to explain your price to customers, you're not priced high enough. I guess that's true. Like I have a lot of cold inquiries where it's like, people are just like, wow, that's expensive. Okay, thanks. But I still get clients that come in. Most of my good clients come in from leads off of my website, or like the YouTube channel, stuff like that. But there's not as much coming in off of the YouTube channel as you might think. It's mostly like just advertising, like a lot of you guys are, just being on maps, building reviews, making the people that come in here very happy. Any of that goes a long way. And that's what I think really grows your business. There's all the marketing stuff to get fresh people, but once you have a solid referral, somebody that went through an experience and like got their cartoon with you, super tickled with it, then they make good referrals for other people. They have friends, they have family. They tell like, hey, what'd you do this week? I got my car tinted. Check it out. Oh, sweet. And then people get fired up to get their own. It'll get there. Growth doesn't happen in just one day. Yeah, it's a slow grind. It goes by day. It doesn't feel like there's a big difference. And then before you know it, that's when it gets busy. I really do think if you get somebody who cares about their cars, which is basically everyone, and just talk and inform them on what they're getting, they'll pay whatever it is. I agree with that. Yep. Especially like when you learn it through the particular source. So, I mean, I can't tell you how many people call for a quote that haven't, like, they're just like, when they just like, oh, hey, I want to get my windows tinted. I don't have any reference for what it costs. I just like this place. I'm going to call and I'm going to see what it is. And if it's within their budget, they'll get it done. it's the what a lot of people deal with is from shop to shop. When you have somebody that is very price conscious, calling here, calling there, and then you just kind of like fit in with everybody else in terms of like looks, reviews, everything. It's just like you're not giving them a strong reason to come to you, and if it's very impulsive too. So the guy that is going to do a little bit of searching before he goes and buys something, right? Like I just people that go to like a phone store or like a Best Buy, and they're just like, I just need a laptop. I'm gonna get that one. It looks good, and it's just like, I'm like looking that stuff up for at least a couple of days, weigh some options because it's gonna be a bigger purchase. So when people are just like, hey, I'm gonna spend a couple $100 on window tint, I just window tint, and then just go there. I'm like, okay, but that's super common. So you have to have the information for the people that are willing to look. That's how you're really going to grow out of that. Can you piece together tint if you don't have one full sheet? Only on like the defrosters. But it's an old school thing, so you don't see it anymore. You can't do that on the door windows. You can't do that on the windshield without seeing like really obnoxious lines. Back window, splice on the defroster, that's it. But get a bigger sheet. How can I create something when a customer calls, I can send them a log that explains what I offer rather than just talk their ear off for 10 minutes? Yep, absolutely. That's one of the best ways, and something I really don't do as much because I forget, and then I constantly get reminded when somebody mentions that. It's great. One of the most annoying things from a cold call is they have just as much perspective on your business as they do on somebody else's business. So everybody in their mind is created equal. Everybody's like installing good films or installing film. I don't know much about it, but I'm just going to kind of look around until I find a price and time I'm happy with, and then I'll go there. So on the phone, you're either naturally like a really good talker, or you kind of learn some sales techniques and stuff like that to kind of steer the conversation more in like, oh, this guy seems really customer focused. That's different, or that's better. But it doesn't mean that another shop isn't exactly the same way. Something that also gives you an edge is literally like, okay, I'm going to forward you some information, whether or not you're going to go with me or not. I want you to be better informed. So make that as salesy as you want, or just kind of like, hey, here you go. I just want you to find a good tint job. Here's some things to know about it. Or here's some things about my business and why things are the way here versus somebody else. Like, you know, those little things go a really long way, because when they can see you in a video, then all of a sudden it's like, it's not a phone call anymore. It's like, whoa, I get a good impression of their business. So following up with everybody with some of those things. TintWiz, it's great to send a proposal to somebody that says no. It's work, but it is great. So let me see if I can open up a proposal for you guys. This is one I just sent. Looks like he hasn't seen it. Okay, so this was an approved one. Just a second. View. So I want to just make sure his name is out of here. Okay. It's an approved proposal, so that means it doesn't show the rest of the proposal. Okay, that makes sense. Let me go back to the one I just sent. That, where's the proposal? You have some of the best proposals that I've seen so far. I feel like I didn't even put that much work into this. I want to make these look better. Okay, so customer sends me an inquiry off my website. So they want to know, this person in particular wanted to know, what is 2 front doors and a windshield cost, and can I have a couple of different options? Well, you're in luck, because I'll send everybody all the options anyways. So there's basically a film descriptor here, and then I use the GeoShield classic cards. And so, like, these are the display boards that's up front. I literally just took them and put them in my proposal. So, and these are older pictures too now. I should update these with some new flashier ones. But essentially, this is 2 front doors and a full windshield. So we have all these pictures where they can see 2 front doors and a windshield. And then examples of cars. These ones actually don't think have a windshield on it. But just like nice, pretty pictures that I added to the proposal. And then the Tint Whiz actually had GeoShield little flashy slides that you can send along with it too. So in a nutshell, when you're scrolling through this, you can see very quickly, these are the films, these are the display boards, like the differences between the films, and then examples of the car. So from here, you get pricing, along with like some differences on the films. And it's just like they get this in an email, and then they can click on the solution that they want, and then just kind of like type some text there and then send it back over to you. And then from there, you can schedule the appointment. So you can get somebody off of a call that's just like, hey, how much is it for 2 front doors? And you you tell them how much it is and kind of what you're offering. They're like, okay, yep, thanks, bye. Well, you can literally, you got their phone number. So, so you got their phone number, right? Because they literally just called. So you can send this in a text link, or you can send this in an email, or both. So you got their phone number. You know the car they were interested in getting. Maybe you got their name over the phone, but you don't need it. You fill out a little contact form, and you're just like, hey, thanks for contacting us. These are the examples that I was talking about. Just wanted to give you a reference, and I hope you find exactly what you're looking for. Way more than just, hi, this is what it costs to buy. Even a nice, pleasant conversation. This gives them something to look at, which is way more powerful. So very, very happy with the proposals feature. I think it's super helpful. Oh yeah, we're already on the desktop, so that's all good. You should see mine. I give a little too much, but you know what you're getting. Hey, I think as long as it's not like, it's not confusing for the person, like some more detail, hell yeah. Like I should attach videos to each one. How much is it for something like that? You can try them out for a month. So Proposals is only part of the software. There's you can handle invoicing through it, not payments, but you can do payments through another system. So the actual credit card transaction, that's going to be through a different system. They are adding Stripe, I hear. So hopefully that'll be coming soon. Then it'll be an all-included system, which is super dope. And then what else do we have? They have proposals, they have scheduling. It's built really well for flat glass. They have invoicing, they have inventory, and now they have a review feature where after I'm done, I'll email them an invoice, and then it should give them the option to then leave a review. So that's pretty cool. But yeah, it's $100 a month, and they have a free trial. Free 30-day trial, so you can use it, learn it, and see if you like it, see if it fits in your business. Finally finished this 68 Mustang. Ooh, cool car. I'd feel the same, though. I'd be really happy once I'm done. Salem 360 to 400, just dyed film. That's pretty great. Is Zell easy to use? Oh, I was going to say, so I use one called Zettel. Somebody asked me, and I said I would answer. Okay, good. It does have battery. So, these little things, this is what I use to cash out. I don't think it's ultra fancy, and it's definitely a little more budget-oriented. But, so this is the main thing. This is a Zettel thing, and there's Clover, Square, Stripe, there's lots of payment processing things, and they all make their own little handy devices now. So what I like about Zettel is just it integrates with PayPal, so you get like same day processing basically, and it drops in your account, and it's pretty low fees. So I'm sure Square and Stripe and some of the other ones would work just as well. I was just already like I started with PayPal here, and then would just dump the money into a PayPal account. But now I'm all grown up, and I have a business account, so like a business checking account. So this works with that, and then there's lots of other ones that would do it too. I just, it was pretty cheap to get into and really, really good rates. I think it's like 2.4 or something. So you have the reader, which this dock confuses more people than anybody, because like the little slot thing is here, and then, sorry, this is gonna fall. And then this is here, which doesn't do anything, so people think the card goes here, and then whatever, it costs $50 for this. Waste of money. But it leaves it all nice on the toolbox, and it's white, so it's nice and clean. From there, like what I did to make it just a little bit more fancy is I have an iPad mini, and I ended up like, it's got, you can have your little categories for like what stuff costs and stuff like that, or you can just like card. Where do I type this? I don't know. Oh yeah, I press this button. Little thing, type in what it costs, it links up with this, and then I charge the customer. So pretty straightforward. But little fancier. It's got that like, do you need to leave a signature? Oh, let me flip this around for you. Ooh, I'm so fancy. Just tried to be a little bit more professional with it all. I don't know. Square is 2.9. Oh yeah, they are a little higher. PayPal here was like 3.5 at the time, but they make it really easy. I want to say Zettel was like 2.4, and you didn't need like it was just like, that's just what it is. Usually bigger businesses get much better fees. I should check. But it was pretty low. Reject all cookies, accept all cookies. Payments. Card reader, all payment solutions, pricing. Okay, here you go. What is this? What does this run? They said they were right on their way. Whoa, okay, that's freaky. What the heck? Okay, I gotta call my wife here in a minute. Here's what we charge per transaction. Card transaction 1.75, so maybe it's less. I don't know. Invoice transactions 2.5, PayPal link transaction 2.5, QR 1.705. Monthly free. Yeah, it's fee. They don't charge me per month either. I don't know. It's been great. So maybe the fees got better. I have no idea. I thought it was like 2.5 or 2.4, but maybe it's actually 1.75 now, which I think is like really, really low. I have a 10th gen F-150 hunting truck that I'm swapping everything from the same Lightning year into a bigger cam. Should be fun. Oh, have fun. What's the machine you use to cut film? It's called a plotter. I have a video on the channel that is the plotter video. So it goes over a lot, and my little gripes with it too. Where's that video? Then I'm gonna shout out some super chats. I'm gonna take off. I gotta call my wife. There you go. Did the client look at the invoice yet? No, not yet. But we definitely discussed pricing ahead of time. It's something I do right towards the end. I'll tell them what the price is, and then I don't really have to do much. Like, they drop off the car. We obviously talked about the price, and then you just type them up at the end. They come and they cash out, and then everybody's good to go. All right. Stream elements. I kind of learned a lot of this over time, though, because I've seen, like, payment processors. Like, since I've started a business, payment processing has gotten so much more aggressive on, like little features and, like, being free and overall all working pretty well. Or back in the day, or a handful of years ago, it was a little bit more annoying and complicated. But, you know, you go to, like, so many little mom and pop stores, or like a food place at the mall, or a retail store, and they all have like Clover or Square or something like that. So it's like they make them progressively easier and easier to get into. Where before it was like you need to sign a contract, and then you need to have them bring off these, and it costs extra money and whatever. But you know, if you're only like, for at least this type of business, and also it's portable too, right? So I can Bluetooth it to the phone, take payments on the go. It's gotten a lot more aggressive. Competition has spiked a lot in that area. All right, so big shout outs to RGC, DC Customs, Mike D. I don't know why I say it like that, but Mike D. Jose, DC. Thank you so much for all the support today. I really, really appreciate it. I posted a video today in the memberships that just kind of highlight some things that are going on here. If you're interested, there'll be a join button on the YouTube channel, or you can go to the website and click on membership. Other than that, we got another car here tomorrow, so I'll be back. Tomorrow. Y'all have a good day. What did you charge them? $420. Don't forget free shipping. Yes, so Sun Distributing has free shipping through like the end of the month. So, sundistributingdirect.com. That is a super cool deal right there for sure. So if you're getting film or tools, definitely take advantage of that. Sun Distributing. They have all the kegs. Love them. They even have a little recommended page on here. So if you want to see stuff that I use and like a recent video, all that stuff. So this is all the stuff that I would recommend. Yay! Check it out. Get free shipping on it. Y'all have a good day. Ceramic. No, it was Pro Classic. Yeah, the pricing went up on there. And I moved the gift card just for you. It took up a lot of space right at the beginning. It should be this. Good stuff. All right, guys. I will see you later. Bye.